healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan. If you're having problems in the bedroom, talking about it is the last thing you want to do. Same goes for hair loss, anxiety, or even depression. That's where HIMS comes in. Through HIMS, you don't have to talk about it. You can do something about it. Just go to hims.com/start, where you can find a variety of potential solutions for the problems men face every day and save up to 95% on generic alternatives. The entire process is 100% online, making it incredibly simple, straightforward, and above all, private. If prescribed, treatments made using clinically proven ingredients are shipped directly to your door in low-key packaging. So if you're experiencing ED, hair loss, anxiety, or problems with your general health, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com/start and do something about it. Get started today at hims.com/start. That's HIMS.com/START.
Dino here with Leach Camper Sales. You'll be pleasantly surprised to see how affordable an RV can be. We have travel trailers with payments as low as $150 a month for qualified buyers, and they're ready to drive off the lot. Check out our inventory at leachcamper.com and bring us your trades. And don't forget, coffee's always on.
It hit me like a ton of bricks. I'm like, I never smoked a cigarette. How in the hell did I get lung cancer?
I don't smoke. I've never smoked. So I started Googling. One word just kept coming up, like it was in bold and red, and it was radon.
Radon is the number 2 cause of lung cancer.
Well, you don't know if it's in your home. You got to test. You can't see it. You can't taste it. You can't smell it.
What's your level? Radon Defense Midwest can help. Visit radonradio.com for a special offer. That's radonradio.com.
Email us on the Equitable Bank inbox with whatever is on your mind. Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can get me, Gary, at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, good afternoon.
Yo.
What it do?
Hi. Just got a text message from the 202.
What area code is that?
Washington, D.C., which shout out to Text Groove.
Oh, Washington, D.C.
You
all suck.
I love how they let us,
like Evan Burrows.
I thought that was the Trump folks saying that because they voted for Haley. I like how it tells us.
It does tell you the area code. It's
very
nice.
Cool. Anyway, Nebraska ball and Creighton baseball, really easy non-con handshake meme. So shout out to the 202 for that one. Thank you very much, 202.
Good take. Now, I will say this. Creighton does go to Stanford in a couple weeks.
Yes, is Stanford still good?
Yes.
Remember when they had Kyle Peterson?
Remember when
they've been
in the College World Series
the last 2 years?
Couple of years?
Yeah.
Oh, Josh doesn't remember because he's not working like
Josh,
we are.
Here, you might remember this.
Great point, Nicholas.
Remember last year, Josh, when there was a delay?
Yes. Okay. Never mind. I remember that.
Went to the concession
yes.
stand
I remember that now. Stanford.
Strips.
I remember the picture now.
And then that turned into a whole controversy.
Yes.
Why was it a controversy again?
Because he bought it with his credit card or something, and
he bought him chicken fingers.
Yeah.
Oh, because of NIL, they can make $1 billion in NIL.
No, it's just they didn't because
the
it was
school didn't help him out or whatever.
It was an unscheduled.
Yes.
Delay, and usually after the games, the NCAA provides food, and the because it was unscheduled, they had to
QR code
figure it out.
What's going on over here, John?
What QR code are you looking at?
My phone and my computer are trying to talk to each other.
Oh,
because there was an update.
Your phone and your computer would automatically talk to each other if they were
nice.
Max.
Nice,
but. That's okay.
I want to go behind the scenes a little bit more.
It would also be worse.
So every day we sit down, and
that's true. And you don't have to be part of a seedy cult.
I love a seedy
That's true. I like not being in a cult.
Or I want to go behind the scenes. I want to talk about Nick and Josh.
Oh, no.
So every day we sit down and we do the crossover, and Nick always has to adjust his camera. And this is the first time that I ever thought, why does Nick have to adjust the camera? Where does Josh sit versus where Nick sits? What's going because they both have to work the board, and I'm a little confused. This is genuine. I'm not trolling right now.
I see it from a different angle, but I think Josh is a little pulled closer to where I'm at right now. He usually likes to.
So
sit-
he's over here.
Yeah.
He's super close to
Because I
the
always have to look like
around the
I
monitor.
always have to look
Around the
through
monitor.
monitors or around the
Mm.
monitor to see Josh.
Yeah.
I like to be here. I
Which
like to be a little
honestly, I
more-
should just sit over.
Yeah,
there.
Nick is more in the center of the whole console, whereas so Josh is closer to the over there.
Yeah, you really
Interesting.
commanding the room, Nick.
Thank you.
I wonder what it is about over there that Josh likes.
He's got a lot of stuff going on.
I like to bounce between these computers frequently too, so it makes it a
Yeah,
little
does
easier.
Josh hang out over here at all?
Josh never goes over there.
Oh,
until
interesting.
After the segment of podcast,
Oh, interesting.
he very rarely or if there's a phone call. He's always-
Odson says I'm more on camera, whereas Nick is more concerned about running the board and firing drops. It's news to us on the firing drops part. Hello.
That was a drop
Fair.
right there.
Good job. Good job.
Very nice.
69.
He says I'm more in on the graphics and the social feeds.
There
That's
it is.
true.
Josh is
There's your
definitely
answer.
of
That is true.
graphics.
He is of graphics.
Yeah.
No,
There's
I got
your
banned
point.
from interacting with people because
There's
these
your
guys
answer,
got
Josh.
mad that I kept banning everybody.
Well, yes, because they were like, you guys suck, and you were like, banned. Like people are allowed
Why
to
are
say
you
we
banning
suck.
people?
Well, they were arguing. They were saying nasty things to each other, problematic
nasty.
things to each
Very,
other.
very nasty.
And I
Who
didn't
was
want the
saying
problematic
nasty
things in our
things?
chat.
Well, there's a limit, I guess.
Yeah.
Sometimes there are problematic things in the chat.
Yes.
though. That's kind of what the chat.
Problematic,
is for.
like no audio. And I'm like, yeah, let's ban those folks. Get them out of here.
Audio.
Big red overreaction. Get them out.
Audio.
Get them out of there.
Hey Nick, did you ever discuss in any sort of detail the occurrences of yesterday?
Whoa.
No.
Oh,
Okay.
I missed
Okay.
the face tells a story here. What happened?
No, you were here yesterday.
Josh, you know what?
Oh, and Nick just disappeared on us and
Yeah.
didn't tell us
I don't,
about it?
I don't think I want to talk about that.
Okay, because
Yeah, we don't want Nick to get in trouble.
I was here for the very beginning of this, and everyone was very confused.
Yeah, well, yeah, because Josh, I don't know if
Because
we ever
Nick
told it.
just left.
Yeah, we didn't tell this to you from our
We
angle,
won't
Nick.
say why.
Yeah, so yeah, we won't. So Josh and Happer walk in,
I had to make a phone
and
call.
Josh goes, bringing in the. you
I
know-
was just gonna come in and like say goodbye to you.
Yeah,
guys
it's a
or
call.
something.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
But when you both walked in, I was like, "Ooh, this is gonna be a good story. Something happened in the building. There's a good, juicy story here." But then Josh does the bullpen. He goes, "I'm your producer now," and we said, "What?"
I didn't know that was happening either, but I did see Nick sprint down the hallway and not say anything.
Yeah, and then we go, "He didn't tell us," and Josh goes, "He didn't tell you." We were just confused because we had a new producer and we didn't have any idea
Yeah.
that we had a
I
new
had,
producer.
I had mental tunnel vision. I'm sorry.
And then I
Mm.
very quickly got to my car to try and figure out, because I figured you guys were going to make fun of him in some way for it.
No,
And then he kind of just, floated off into the abyss. which is
yeah, I
good.
mean, the story is fairly incredible.
It
We
is.
talked about it for how many commercial breaks after that, John? Probably three consecutive
three.
breaks. We
Yeah.
kept following. We had many questions.
It's an
We were
amazing
like,
story.
question for you.
Yeah, because it was a very unusual reason.
Sure is.
quite the miscommunication.
I'm kind of bummed that our first guess on what had
Quite
happened
the boner.
was not, speaking of those, that we thought, oh, Nick has some fun, exciting news.
Boner.
But it wasn't that.
No, it was not
It
that.
was not that.
That
No
would have
plans
been
for that.
That would have been wild.
That would be-
that would have been
amazing.
wild.
That would have been crazy.
I don't want to be a
wild.
dad.
Wow.
I don't think America wants you to be a daddy.
I agree.
The world, John.
we
The
don't
world.
need more of me. Could
Yeah.
you imagine that?
Fewer Grimms in the world. Yeah.
I mean, there's not enough music out there to have another person added to the world that's of music.
Nice. Yeah.
I'm of all of it already.
Otson does add, and I get Brunts on the air just fine. Thank you very much. He did a great job.
job,
of
Josh.
dialing
Thank you,
up
Josh.
Michael
Thank you
Brunts.
for getting Brunts.
And then we were all like, "Where's the open? Where's the open? Where's the open?" And then that's when Nick came back into the studio.
Well, Josh drug the open into the, which is
John actually
interesting.
did.
Oh,
John
John
actually
drug that
drug
under
it
the
into
wall.
open.
Yeah,
Or
well, because I wasn't, I just didn't. He was busy call. I wasn't sure, so I just,
No, that's
what?
fine.
I'm gonna
Mm.
drag it in there
On
just
the-
to make it happen.
My conventions, my organization over here, it's all organized by day. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Nice.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah.
Kelsey writes, I can think of at least one person who shouldn't be a dad before Nick.
Oh,
Here you go, Nick.
Oh.
So you're at least number 2.
That's good.
You're number 2 on the list.
thanks.
John writes, does Josh sit closer to the trash can than Nick for when he vomits?
Oh.
Always important to be closer to the trash
Yeah.
can
Yeah.
for when you have to throw
We
up
call
on
that
the radio.
splash zone.
Mm-hmm. Josh Otson certainly does.
Should we put a backboard on that thing?
Oh,
A backboard.
Yeah.
Like
So
Tim
he can,
Duncan.
so he can bank it in off the square.
We are a sports
Nice.
radio station after all.
the big
Yeah.
fundamental.
Next time Josh pukes, maybe he'll go Kobe, and then he'll bounce it off the backboard and into the trash.
Did you guys, Josh? This is probably more a question for you, maybe Happer.
What is this?
When you were growing up,
thing?
did you ever have like a basketball hoop above your trash can in your bedroom? Because I would see that in Disney Channel movies all the time.
I had a basketball hoop. It wasn't connected to a trash.
Mine was connected to the closet, to the door at the very top. Yeah. And
For
then
the
so it had
laundry?
a tiny baby basketball, like one of those little orange squishy balls.
That tiny baby basketball.
We did dunk
man.
contests sometimes. God,
Yeah,
that
it was just
so
basketball. I didn't need any sort of motivation to throw paper away.
Yeah, as
Or
Charles
to-
says, Josh knows ball. I knew ball.
Josh knows ball.
Yeah.
I had an airsoft gun and a sticky bullseye. So
Oh,
I
I remember those.
lay in my bed and I could shoot at my bullseye,
Mm.
my airsoft gun.
John, what did you guys do back in the olden times?
What, with trash?
No, with toys. Like, how do you have fun at night?
Well, the sticks, right? It was just sticks.
I'm not trying to get weird. Jesse says, is there footage of Odson puking? Oh, it's everywhere. It's
there
somewhere.
is.
It's everywhere.
For sure.
Yeah.
Maybe we
Yeah. How did you?
We just played
have-
with toys like everyone else played with toys. I don't understand the question.
I don't really know
What
what
kind of
I'm
toys
asking
did you have?
Yeah, there we go.
I mean, Hot Wheels cars, Star Wars figures,
Were you more Hot Wheels than Matchbox?
either or.
I don't
think
like
ever had
Matchbox cars.
Matchboxes. I mean, I guess I'm.
Did you guys collect anything?
Oh,
cards?
Rocks
Not really.
No.
and cards.
John, you were not a collector.
collector?
Oh, wait, never mind. I had Matchbox
I did.
cars.
I did
really.
rocks, Pokemon cards, and Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
My grandma always got me one of these.
Yu-Gi-Oh.
One of the figurine trucks that you could buy from the gas station brand. The gas station brand was Hess, and they got all this. I had all these Hess trucks, and I don't know if it was an actual thing to collect these Hess trucks. But I have so many Hess.
It's funny you
trucks.
bring that up because I just found out about those a couple months ago. And then I found out that a lot of people had collected those.
Yeah.
But it's like when you get a car and then suddenly you start seeing that car around. I just found out about the Hess trucks, and now I hear people talk about the Hess trucks.
Yeah, I don't. So I imagine I was not alone in this situation, but it felt pretty weird. I was definitely
a
the only
very
person I
specific
knew
thing.
with Hess trucks.
Okay, I have to look this up now because I don't even know if I had these. Oh, Hess with two S's.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some
the
cool
gas
looking
station
trucks.
I don't know if I ever had any of these.
I surprisingly didn't, but I had a lot of toy trucks and stuff.
Yeah, we had a lot of toy trucks.
I had so many Hot
toy
Wheels.
trucks.
I didn't collect them though. I just played with them.
Toy dump trucks.
Yeah.
My dad
Models.
collected Hot Wheels.
Built models every once in a while, and then we'd blow them up on the 4th
Man,
of July.
Oh yeah.
I always wanted to do model building of like cars, but
Nothing's stopping you.
I just never did. Well, now
You
it's
can. You still can.
time, Nick. I don't have the time.
Just get a model, get some glue.
No.
It's relaxing. It's like a Legos.
That doesn't sound
My
relaxing.
cousins were really into rockets.
Oh,
The little rockets.
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
you could just
that
flip
sounds
up.
fun.
Yeah, that was cool.
Those
I
were cool.
wanted one. I got one. I built it. I put it together when I was like 12, 13. And then when it came time, I wanted to launch it. My dad was always like, nah, it's too dry. Oh, it's too windy. You don't want to burn down somebody's field. Like, well, what's the point then?
The
I
conditions
built
will
this.
never be perfect for the rockets.
I built this rocket. I want to launch the rocket. I painted it silver. I named it the Silver Bullet. It's a good
Oh.
rocket.
That's
Probably.
the second Coors Light reference this week.
Yep.
Tom writes, John conveniently forgets 50 years of soul collecting.
Huh,
That's a racist comment.
it is.
And I'm
You laughed,
offended
though.
by it.
Oh,
and I would
ginger
like to
joke.
cancel that person.
Ginger.
John, handshake meme on this.
By the way, I was
here they
listening-
go
I was
talking
listening-
about
I have a
the
red beard.
Wolves again.
I'm one of you.
You don't count.
No,
You don't count.
no.
You haven't been
no.
I'm the
ostracized
daywalker's
by generations
daywalker.
of
No,
people.
no. Okay, you can't use that language. Only we can use that
Daywalker?
language. Yes.
And I wouldn't. And I
And I wouldn't either.
Hmm.
I don't make songs with the word ginger in it.
Wow.
Well, I don't.
That's funny, though.
By the way, I was listening to your conversation last night, you and Nick.
Oh God.
Because
what?
Nick's one of our people too.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going
And
to talk about
He
about,
shouldn't
about
count
the
because,
sun
you
coming
know.
in the booth and
Whoa, Nick shouldn't count? You know who else said stuff like that?
Okay, well,
Under.
Nick is one
if
of
your
our
ginger
people.
beard doesn't count, how come his ginger?
No, Nick
Nick
is
doesn't have
firmly-
hair because he's bald.
Nick has red hair.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
He's
red
to
hair.
look
he's
at
one of-
pictures of him when he's a
He's
youngster.
one of us. One of
One
us.
of us.
One,
One
no,
of-
no. One of
My
us.
beard,
So,
though.
Josh, you want to be a ginger?
No, I just want to be able to say these things right now on the air. I hate that I have a red
Oh,
beard.
really? You would like to
Interesting.
take on characteristics so you can use the lingo.
Very weird, Josh.
I am excited for when I have a gray beard because then it won't be red anymore. Those are going to be the good times.
Okay, it's not red.
Yeah, it is.
No.
What is
You're
it?
colorblind. It's just your brownish hair.
No, it is not.
Yes.
When I have a fuller beard, when it's returned in like 3 weeks, it will be red again.
I've never noticed red.
It's never.
Remember
been
when
red.
Jimmy was in a few weeks ago and he was like, wow, have you ever noticed your beard is red?
No.
Have you
Like,
heard how many things Jimmy
I
says?
was like,
Yeah,
classic
exactly.
non sequitur from Jimmy. We're talking about the playoff Jimmy.
I mean, last night Jimmy said that.
Oh, I know. We're going to talk about that during Dumb
okay,
Debate.
I don't know if we want to talk about that or not.
We'll save it for later. I'm leaving the station at like 7:15, and Dan suddenly comes running out in a huff. Come on into the studio. I'm like, why? I want to go home.
I'd like to say.
And
for
so
you
I
guys.
come in, and then Jimmy just drops this bomb on me, and I'm like,
Really, you
"My-"
were there for this?
Yeah. Oh, I was there afterwards. Like, and
You were absorbing the fallout.
yeah, basically, yeah. And so he threw that take at me, and then he blamed Schreiner.
They just
and then
brought you
Schreiner was
in-
like, "No, that's not what happened." I could hear that from Dan's headphones.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That Mike Trout is what? He's overrated.
No, he's a bust.
He's a bust.
He's a bust.
As if he hasn't.
Already been great.
First of all, what hype was there coming in? You guys will have to help me out
I mean,
on this one.
considerable. Like, I
Okay.
mean, he was supposed to be a pretty good player. He was
Okay.
never supposed to be this good.
What's-
Nobody is.
What
Yeah.
school did he
But-
play for?
He didn't go to college.
Oh, he didn't. Okay.
he was not.
He's a
like
first round
college.
draft pick, though, wasn't he?
Mhm.
Well, that's good.
Yes.
Yeah, he
Yes.
was. He's.
Oh,
He's-
Happer and I looked at
he's
his
a
stats on Baseball Reference this
He's
morning.
very
There's some
good.
interesting
He's
stats
awesome.
there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mike Trout.
Yeah,
Good baseball player.
I was happy to quote tweet the poll question because then I mean he just got destroyed. Rightfully so, by the way.
You texted me this during the game, and I didn't really have time to look at it or think about
Yeah,
it.
it was funny. I was thinking about it this morning. It's like, oh, I never heard from Happer last night. And then you texted me like 5 seconds later this morning.
Well, yes. Yeah.
Classic.
And yeah, then I
Yeah.
kind of dove into the discourse about that. Which
Oh,
was great.
I was talking with Dan about it today.
Yeah?
And
What did
I
Dan-
am proud of myself because I had a really good take.
What did you say?
I said, because he was like, oh, he hasn't won a playoff or anything. Oh, he
Dan,
hasn't.
don't take Jimmy's side.
He wasn't necessarily taking a side. I think he was playing devil's advocate.
It.
But then he's like, well, I think what he's saying is he's never done anything to elevate the team. I'm like, one person can't elevate an entire baseball team.
It's baseball.
That's not how baseball works.
This is the sport of baseball. It's much different than basketball.
One person can't swing the fate of an entire team.
There we go. Jimmy is now
Wait,
opined.
one person can't swing the fate of an entire team?
In baseball, they can't.
Can they, John, in baseball?
Not in baseball. Happer, you're of baseball.
Oh, John's gonna make
Yeah,
this an
he's
Ohtani
of
thing.
course.
Yeah.
But we all know the answer to this is no. We know the answer to
because
this
if
is
one
no.
person could, then the
Ernie
Angels,
Banks,
the Angels would have a
Cubs
ring or
sucked
two.
during the Ernie Banks era.
Well, they did, yes.
Well, see, and that would be my argument of like, obviously, it's okay to be great. Ted Williams. Ted Williams is like the greatest hitter.
Oh,
And his
there's
head.
another thing Nick learned about this morning.
I learned about his
We
head
had to
today.
tell him about Ted Williams' head.
I didn't know about his head.
No, of all the things, I mean, all the great things. Ted Williams was a freaking war hero. He landed a
Twice.
plane that was
Last
on
hitter to hit over
fire.
400.
He lost all those great seasons, and unfortunately, the youngs are only going to know him as, oh, that's the guy who got his head cut
Well,
off. And they
I
froze
think
it.
it's an important part of the story, John.
It's only
His
an
head
important
is
part
in
of-
Arizona.
It's a humorous
frozen.
part
It's
of the
got 10
story.
cracks in it, a
because
bunch of
his-
holes drilled in.
Because his son is a crackpot weirdo.
Yes, his family did.
What did I
did
see
him dirty.
recently where it was about? Oh, I think has anyone in here? You definitely haven't. Have you either watched How To with John Wilson?
No.
Have you seen this and heard about? So it's on HBO. But there was a show about the people who believe in the whole like frozen, like freeze yourself and then eventually you'll come back or whatever.
You could like plug him
And
in.
so yeah, they talked
Yeah.
about that. Jimmy Allen has opined, by the way.
Oh,
on the
good.
on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. First round draft pick that's never won a playoff game. Huh? Sounds like a bust. to
Jimmy,
me.
I need you to go to Baseball Reference and look at his WAR.
Nick.
Wow. Nick,
just
cut
found out
that
about
out.
war
Cut
today.
that out.
No, I didn't just find out about it.
I
today.
want
know
that as a
about WAR.
drop. I want
That's pretty
Nick
good.
telling
I'm
people to go look at
impressed.
Baseball Reference in someone's
I am
war.
very-
I have been
impressed.
playing MLB The Show. I need to learn these things because I'm trying to rebuild the Rockies.
Wow, this is amazing.
Yeah.
Something came up in our meeting today and how Nick wasn't. I didn't realize he hadn't been doing something for a while. And he goes, "Yeah, I'm a sports boy now."
Yeah.
I was like, "Wow, this is amazing."
I would like for you. Let's just do this.
Nick
We
is
just have
mentioning
you
war.
and Jimmy,
Mhm.
and it's just you two, and you both. I mean, Jimmy has the institutional knowledge that he has to create this disaster of a take he's created,
Mm-hmm.
and you get Mike Trout's Baseball Reference page,
Okay.
and then you just are in the room for 15 minutes and you talk
debate me.
about it.
Okay.
I think it could be fun.
It could be.
We'll see what happens.
I don't
We'll see who comes out on top.
Don't hate this idea.
All right.
No.
See, now Jimmy's doing the thing where he's just going to double down forever.
Yeah, no.
Like he did with the video game.
Yep.
Even though he's obviously wrong
It's not
about
coming
the
out,
video
but
game.
Arch Manning.
We crossed the
Archman.
bridge from. I don't think
He's become aware.
Yes.
Yeah, he definitely has.
Sadly.
The take maker. Jimmy Allen, take maker.
Now,
I mean,
Josh.
the man is an 11-time All-Star.
Yeah.
He's won 3 MVPs.
11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's a bust.
He famously
And 3 MVPs.
was swept out of his one playoff
there
series
we
by
go.
the Kansas City Royals in 2014.
Always nice to talk about the 2014 Royals.
But that's all.
You talked to a guy who wrote a book about them this week. What's
true.
up with all these books coming out about Kansas City?
Josh is on the books list.
Oh, no, I know that.
Yeah.
I am too. I got a free book about LeBron last year. We never even had to have the guy on. I was
Really?
like, I emailed, I was like, hey, we're wanting to schedule the interview with Armin Katayan. Never heard back.
See, I'm on a couple book lists, and some of them look cool, but I don't know how to handle that because
Just
I want
respond.
the book, but it's just like,
just
what?
say yeah. I'll do
Yeah,
it.
just say yes. Say yes, I'm very interested.
But then what if they're like, okay, cool, when's the interview?
Well, then you figure that part out next.
Okay.
But that's what happened last year. I was like, yeah, I'd love this book about LeBron. Can
Like,
I
great,
get
let me
back
send
to
you
you
a
on
copy.
scheduling the interview? And then I got the book sent to me, and it's not even the one that says like proof across it. It's the real hardcover LeBron James book. And then I emailed him, and I was like, hey, we'd like to schedule it because we were like, we need an NBA guest. Let's have this random writer on. Never heard back.
Nice.
Got a running book for free one time. Yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, the last email I got was a baseball book.
There you go. Was it the Royals one?
No,
Oh.
it was about the just baseball in New York and the Yankees and the Mets, which sounds cool.
That
It sounds like a
super.
cool book.
I was gonna say that sounds actually super fascinating.
Because Josh was a fan of the 2001 World Series with
Oh.
young kid.
Yeah, but then my parents made me go to bed, and I missed Scott Brocious' home run.
Then the Diamondbacks won.
They did.
Tough
Also,
look for the Yankees.
And he missed that too.
Missed that one too. Another tough look for my parents. Ugh. And that's why I don't like baseball today. It could have been my favorite sport. I could have been talking about
John.
I could have been talking about
think of
Mike
what
Trout's
we've
war.
missed.
Yeah, think of all that we've missed.
And think of all the debates we could have had on the
Debate
air.
me,
John.
debate me.
Yeah, about the Tigers of the mid-aughts when they got good. Remember when the Tigers were bad and then they got good?
I was listening to a
That's happened
pod.
many times.
I was listening to a pod and
About?
they said that the Tigers could be making a run this season.
Which baseball pod are you listening to?
Yeah.
The barbecue one?
No, it's Effectively Wild.
Don't know what that is.
Who does that?
It's a dude from The Ringer and
Ben Glickman?
yes, and woman, I don't remember her name.
Wow.
But
Of course.
I think she hosts it.
Interesting.
Of
It's a guy
course.
that I remember everything about and some lady.
And
Well,
some
I mean, I
girl.
didn't remember his name until you said it.
Yeah, that's
Halfway
true.
into the season, Bill Simmons will show up on that podcast and he'll start talking about the Red Sox.
If the Red Sox are
entire
good,
time.
yeah.
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 So just
If they're
delete
not
that.
good,
Well,
he'll
let's
never.
hope that doesn't
Yeah.
happen then, for your sake.
I own
He's like,
his
I'm
Red
crashing.
Sox
I'm
book.
crashing this
It's a
pod.
it's a fan graph.
Time to talk about the Mookie
podcast.
Betts
So it's,
trade. I hated that trade.
He does hate the Mookie Betts.
It was
trade.
a bad trade.
He still brings it up
Meg-
years later.
Meg
he won't
Rowley.
shut up about it.
Meg Rowley.
I don't know who that is.
She's
Happer?
she's good.
I've heard of Meg Rowley.
Do you listen to the barbecue guys?
No.
People love that pod. Do you listen to them?
The Cespedes family.
I love those
barbecue.
guys.
They came to Omaha a few years ago and called.
They're in Omaha every
They were
summer.
on the
They're friends of
stations.
Farron.
Yeah, they were on the stations of the zone,
Oh, that's cool.
but we never mentioned it on any of our platforms because we had no idea. I had no idea. Yeah, that was a bummer.
They're doing a bunch of season previews.
College World Series.
Yeah.
What about
Happens
it?
every year.
I'm so excited.
Every year.
I'm so excited.
As the host of Wooden Bats and Rubber Hats, you should know these.
No,
things.
some of the Cespedes guys.
Oh,
They're here every year
Yeah,
for the College World
I
Series.
like baseball. What a sport.
liar.
Kelsey writes, I'm offended on behalf of women. Thank you, Kelsey.
Yeah.
We apologize on
Hey,
behalf of Nick.
At least Nick didn't hesitate this time and just blew right into it instead of going, gal, chicks,
lady, female, woman,
women,
girl.
In my defense, I'm horrible with names. I'm a face guy. I see a face, I recognize the person, don't never remember their name.
I also am pretty bad with names. Not going to lie. I'll meet someone and I'm like, crap.
Yeah, call me face
5
boy.
seconds
What
later.
is your name?
Yeah.
It's a conscious choice, though, to not remember.
Is it?
See, that's
Of
the thing
course
I'm
it
bad
is.
at. I just don't force myself.
You have to commit it.
I need to do that.
You
better.
gotta
To commit to the bit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you will forget.
And thus, here I am, seeing a neighbor, and I'm like, hey,
The
good
name,
to see ya.
The name will eventually sink in. What I do is I meet them the one time, and then when I meet them again and I don't remember their name, someone else will
That's
say
what you
it.
need to do. Yeah.
So then I'll be like, okay, hi, how
John,
you
come
doing?
over and talk to my neighbor just so I can remember what his name is. Hi, I'm John Bishop. And you are?
John Bishop.
Josh, so back to the red beard thing.
Oh.
So Do you think that, because I think that my beard will one day become white, a la John Bishop.
Yes, it will.
Do you believe that your beard will become white?
Or will it become gray?
Or will it become gray? Because
Great
that's how you
question.
know if you are.
I've gotten a little gray
in
on
family.
Well, I've gotten a little gray on the hairs.
Gray.
Yeah, but not on the beard.
When my hair turns, it's white. It gets white.
Oh, so
There's
what if
some-
I'm gray
I
and
have
then
some
white?
white
then
beard
will
hairs.
then will you acknowledge me as one of you? I'd rather it be
No.
gray.
No.
Hmm.
We don't like this cultural appropriation.
I don't want to be one of you. I'm just asking if I would be.
So there's something wrong with
I
being
just
one of us
want to
now.
be so you can say it.
I just wish it was brown. I wish I had a brown beard.
It is.
I wish I had a dark. I wish it was the same brown as my hair.
It pretty much is.
It's really not though, John.
You're
Do I need to show-
colorblind. How can you tell?
Because there's a different shade. Everyone else that I talk to is like, wow, it's interesting. Your beard is a different color than your hair. You're the one person. You've said on the
I
air
think
before.
he's trying to gaslight
wow,
you.
He is. He said on the air, wow, you have a red beard. John has said that on the station before. Oh, now he's smiling. He's smiling.
He's smiling.
Yeah, I'm getting
He
trolled.
knows what he's
I'm
doing.
getting trolled the whole time. This is unreal. Odson comes up with more names that Nick would refer to women as. Skirt, dame, gal.
Gal, yep.
You call them skirts, Nick?
I've never heard that.
Good. Chasing skirts?
Gal's not bad.
Yeah.
You could say gal.
Some women don't like being called gal.
Yeah, they don't
Really?
like being called gal.
Yeah.
Definitely
Just like you don't want to be called guy. Like, hey, guy, is this your
not
gas
directly
tank
like,
over
hey,
here?
guy, but
Yeah.
like there's that guy over
Yeah.
there. That'd be
Yeah, I
fine.
Yeah,
guess
that
so.
doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
That's true.
That gal that you saw at the mall. That's not. We can't say that.
Yeah, I mean, there's literally a show
Ask her.
called Guys and Gals.
There is?
So it's a Broadway show, right?
Oh, I don't
Or
know.
a musical, Guys and Gals.
Is there a dude version of Dame? Like guys, gals? What's the inverse of that?
Let's see what dame definition is real fast.
Because I feel like there might have been, like in the 20s.
Dame is the title given to a woman equivalent to the rank of knight. Okay, that's obviously not it. An elderly or mature woman.
Whoa.
That's not what I thought a dame was.
That's not what I thought it was.
Dame
either.
was supposed to be like,
Well,
Like
the
dime.
Don't.
kind
It's
of.
a title.
Dame
right?
with an A. Or with what?
Isn't it?
I guess
Dame-
so. The title
isn't it-
given to a woman equivalent
Yeah,
to the
isn't it-
rank of knight.
Isn't it Dame Judy?
I thought that was
Dench?
lady.
Oh,
I thought it was Lillard.
Lillard. Like Matthew?
Dame.
not. Still not of sports, Nick.
No. Mhm.
Matthew Lillard was in a baseball movie one time.
By the way,
It's
Jimmy
called-
says
it's called Summer Catch.
that's Guys and Dolls, apparently, is what you were thinking of. The Broadway show.
Are you sure there's not? I
what
thought there
Jimmy
was
Allen
also.
said.
I thought there was.
Oh, Jimmy Allen of all people,
You should stop using him as a reference.
Mr. Mike Trout.
I just read it on the air, Nick. That's all. I
Well,
did.
Guys and Gals is a contemporary clothing and accessory store for children and adults.
Guys and gals.
Mm.
That's what John.
God, I thought it was like a there's like there's also a Guys and Gals hair care, which is in
That's a
Alma,
common
Nebraska.
phrase.
Odson says
Guys and Gals Cosmetic Store in Ute, Iowa.
Guys
Is it
and
Ute or
gals.
Ute?
Odson says Guys and Dolls was a bust.
Look at their war.
Broad. Dan says broad. No, but
Broad.
that's also
Oh.
That's
describing
also-
a woman, though.
Yeah,
That's kind of offensive.
that is kind of offensive. I can't believe you would say that, Josh.
I would not
What's
say
wrong
What's
with
the
you?
male equivalent of broad?
Chad.
Oh, ew.
That's what I think of.
It's kind of offensive, so I guess it works.
But were people calling other men Chads in the 20s? Because when I hear broad, I think of
Look at
what
that
about
broad.
like, what about like
Misogyny.
a hunk? Like
Hunk.
yeah.
That's a good one.
Hunk.
Hunk.
Would you be offended if someone called you a hunk?
I'd be like, are you blind? But thank you.
no, I would.
I'd be very confused.
and I think that's the difference because hunk seems more like a term of endearment than broad does.
What about hubba hubba? I guess that's just, you're just saying, at that point you're just saying
That's
things.
just a noise.
Yeah, you're not
Hubba
really.
hubba.
Yeah. Auga, auga. Now we're just describing cartoons.
Your tongue just rolls up.
Tony says, "Dude,
What if somebody came up to you, that a woman that came up to you, never met
a
her
gal,
before,
a broad."
a gal, and you saw her and she said, "Auga, auga."
Again, I'd be like,
That'd be an ego boost.
it would be, but I'd say, are you?
Would you be pretty fired up, or would you be like, "What the hell?"
I'd definitely go home and tell Riss about it. I'd be like, so this woman came up to me, right?
She just said, "Auga,"
And then you'd be like, how come you never do that
her
to me?
eyes
No,
popped
I would
6
never
feet
say
out
that.
of her head.
Yeah.
And they went back in.
That would be
terrifying.
yeah, that would be amazing.
From the online entomology dictionary.
Nice.
I trust it.
Here we go.
The Etymology of the word broad.
Okay.
The slang sense of woman is by 1911 perhaps suggestive of broad
R.I.P.
hips,
Titanic.
but it also may
Oh.
trace to American English a broadwife, with one word, a broadwife, a word for a woman, often a slave, away from her husband. Earliest use of the slang word suggests immorality or coarse, low-class women.
That's why
because
it's
of this
offensive.
negative association in the rise of women's athletics, the track and field event known as the broad jump was changed to the long jump in 1966.
I had broad jump
no
anymore?
idea.
So wait, broad jump, is that like how Herbie went from this to this because they were like, we don't like the association? Is that kind of what happened here?
Yeah, but this was 1967.
Wow, they were woke in the 60s.
Wow,
Also,
classic.
I understand why broad is a bad word.
Yeah, stop saying it out loud so
Oh,
much,
whoops.
Nick. Yeah. Nick does it every weekend. He goes, tickles some chains, and he asks, where the broads at? Nick, I can't believe you.
Just imagine Nick in Vegas.
Oh.
He's gonna be there.
Oh, he's going to be there, all right.
He'll be looking in the phone book for, hey, where do you find all the places where the broads have?
Where can I go where I can say the word
broad.
still? Wow. Yep. We had another meeting today where Vegas came up, and Nick has so many things he wants to do.
I
in Vegas.
do.
And our boss
Please
is,
tell me more.
because I said to Mark, I'm not going to go anywhere. And he was like, that's how I would operate also in Las Vegas. But Nick's like, I want to explore.
I want to go on an adventure.
So where are you going, Nick? Where else are you going?
God. Well, you're in for an adventure, all right.
Where else are you exploring now? So obviously you're tickling chains. What was the other thing you wanted
Yeah, what
to
are the
do?
other things you want to see?
I just want to go to In-N-Out.
That's what it was.
Nothing
In and out.
crazy.
In and out.
Oh, there's one close to the strip.
There you go.
You can get that.
That's all I need.
I mean, it's actually quite far from where we'll be.
Odson, great question. Is work any one of those things Nick wants to do? Great question.
Classic Josh Odson.
Yeah, will
Probably
you
not.
be working, Nick? Will you be doing work?
Yeah, I'll be doing work.
It's going to be so weird. They're going to be off the air every day at 3 o'clock over
Is it
there.
3 or 4?
We're off. Well, our show's going till 5 those days. So
Right.
we'll be off the air at 3 o'clock West Coast. They're Pacific time.
Oh, that's right. I forgot we were going until 5 those days.
Yeah,
Don't they have weird
Basketball.
daylight savings rules over there?
No, not in Vegas.
No,
It's-
Arizona.
Arizona
does.
does.
Yeah.
But
So it'll be
Daylight
Pacific time.
savings go into effect this weekend?
It does
This
indeed.
weekend, yes.
Holy God.
Yeah, it's
It's
springtime,
going to be
baby.
bright until 7.
I know. I can't wait to leave work and the sun will be up.
It's going to
Yeah.
be great.
So yeah,
Opening day is going to be when we're there.
That's true.
Are you going to watch baseball?
I'll be placing wagers, watching baseball.
Nick, here's something that will get you very excited with your anxiety.
Oh,
CJ, right? Speaking of Vegas, did y'all see a guy got stung by a scorpion on his ball sack, sleeping in his hotel room on the Strip?
that's not a good place to get stung by
No,
a
it's
Did
scorpion.
this show up in Odd News? That should be an Odd News story. Josh,
I
can you
have-
follow up for tomorrow's show?
I have not heard about this story.
Please and thank you. So there you go.
Sounds uncomfortable.
I'm just.
I mean,
pumped
you're
that I don't have
also
to
gonna
sleep
be
in
a-
the same room as Nick.
You're
This
also-
rocks.
The scorpion could also show up in one of your rooms.
I'll be fine. I'll be
like
fine.
the death snail.
There would never be a scorpion at the lovely Circa Resort.
No, not at all.
No,
It's
no.
all-
I've never.
Yeah, Nick.
There's. It's not a great place for critters to walk
Except for
around. I mean, it's
Nick.
just all concrete.
Yeah, I'm the only critter there.
Yeah, Nick.
Critters
will
are not of the Strip.
be, yeah.
They're of the desert.
Well, they are. They're the ones handing out the cards.
Nice.
Nick doesn't know about
No,
the
I don't.
cards.
I'm excited. I have an idea of what the cards are, so I'm not necessarily excited to find out.
It has
But
to
I
do with the
more,
broads.
It's just
It does
curiosity.
have to do with
Trading cards.
Hmm.
You can collect them, Nick, to go back to the very beginning of the crossover.
Oh, nice.
Mhm. That's a callback. I'm going to say it. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, I think so.
We learned some things.
We did.
We explored being a ginger
Mhm. Hey, watch it.
Racism. Stop.
and other stuff too.
So overtly racist.
Yes.
Josh.
He doesn't even hide it.
Overtly. And we learned about
Well,
He's like-
I get it.
he's
You're
like
comfortable with us. You know, you feel like you could say it, and
Yeah.
but you know,
Thanks a lot, David Duke. Not the basketball David
no,
Duke.
don't compare me to the Louisiana one. That's the worst of all the David Dukes. Power ranking David Dukes.
How many other
The
David Dukes
basketball
are there?
one.
Basketball one,
number
number one.
Dot, 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 dot,
Yeah.
dot, dot, dot.
Does Severe have any David Duke stories?
What?
Because he lived in Louisiana.
Oh,
Like, he probably has some takes.
Right.
definitely
Yeah.
takes.
Yeah. No, yeah, I'm not saying like, did he hang out with the guy?
David Duke actually gave him this 2-colored shirt
Check this
Which
out.
is very odd for David Duke. He was about separating the.
He likes the Saints.
He's like one specific color.
Yeah. Yeah, he liked one half of that shirt, not the other half.
That's why he gave it away.
Yeah, he hated the other half.
Yeah. Happy New Year.
Did you know that he founded? I didn't even know that this existed.
Old Dave.
The National Association for the Advancement of White People.
Whoa!
There's no way in hell that's real.
Oh no, he founded that organization.
That guy is racist as hell.
Right, but that sounds like an Onion article.
Is he alive?
Yes.
Yes,
he's still alive.
When he shows up at the end of Black Klansman, he does not look as old as I would have expected.
How old is David?
Now
Duke?
he's
6
years older than that.
74.
Oh, that's not that old, John.
He's 74.
He's almost old enough to run for office.
Nice.
Man, it is great. You were here for Black Klansman, right? That wasn't one when you were gone.
Yeah, we watched that.
What's his name? They did a really good job with how he looked.
Topher Grace.
Yeah, he did. Topher Grace.
Topher Grace is great.
They did look pretty close.
By the way, we need recommendations.
I thought you were going to say sports flag.
Me too.
No. Sorry. We need recommendations for a new movie for our movie club because John is going to be gone for essentially the next month.
Right.
And so we want recommendations for next week's movie. We've had some come in. Now, the issue is...
You're crowdsourcing this?
Yes.
Yes.
So what we're going to do is we're going to pick 4 and we'll put out a poll question and the listeners can vote on it. But the issue is of all of the ones that we have received, we've received many, only one of them is actually available on a streaming service that is not, you have to rent it. So
And
find
that
a
is
movie.
one of the requisites that
Yes,
we
we don't
have
want
to
to pay.
stream.
Yeah, we've only had to pay for one movie.
We're already
People
paying
buy
for the
it.
damn
Nick
streaming.
made
We're
us
not
pay
gonna
for
more.
one movie one time, so
My
we're
bad.
trying to keep the number at 1. So yeah, recommend a movie and at our email club.
Yep. Subscribe
today.
Yeah, I don't know how exactly the process works
I
of
don't
nominating
either.
movies, but you can figure it out. If I can, I'll try to figure it out right now actually, and let people
There
know.
you go,
Maybe
Josh.
maybe even in the next segment, I can let people know.
Subscribe today.
Subscribe today.
Yeah, there you go.
Where
We'd
you
love-
can also win the great prize to go to Las Vegas and
Hell
not
yeah.
get stung by a scorpion.
But you
No.
can tickle some chains.
You can tickle some.
You don't. We promise you don't even have to hang out with us the whole
No,
time.
you
It's
don't.
gonna be
No, not
awesome.
at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally within your rights to be like, you know what, you guys just
Go to one of the many beautiful pools.
leap
Oh
off.
my gosh, I cannot wait to go to a pool.
It's gonna be
Are we
specifically
wearing
the Circa Stadium
swimsuits?
swim.
Are we wearing swimsuits while we're on the air?
Oh, I think I'll be wearing something that could go in the pool.
I should get a
Yes.
swimsuit.
I will be wearing khakis.
Wow, Nick should get a.
I don't have a swimsuit.
Wow, I will be.
haven't
Just wear
needed one.
shorts.
I don't like the way it feels.
Shorts?
Then
Like basketball
You're
shorts.
gonna
I
be
don't like
in
the
the
way
water while
basketball shorts
broadcasting?
feel.
No, but it'd just be
post-pool.
nice to have a swimsuit on.
Maybe put the toes in, John,
The toesy
Well, it
woesies.
depends on where you're
You
at.
got your toes in the water.
We're gonna be in one of the cabanas.
in the cabanas.
God, what a life.
Cabana boys.
Yeah.
John might be in Boston or something.
Speaking of racism, David Duke loves that city.
Or right here in his chair.
Or
that he's
right
sitting
here in my
now.
chair.
Thank
That
you to-
would be horrible.
Thank you to our boss who just sent me a link to the movie club thing. So I'm going to tweet that out. Let us
Bang.
nominate a
Nice.
movie for us.
Thank you, our boss.
Yeah. There we go.
And with that,
Mhm.
we'll
you,
say off to the ballpark with you.
Yep.
Going for the sweep.
More grand slams,
More grand slams.
in my opinion. IMO.
I almost thought as I was listening that you were kidding.
I know.
When you started calling
I couldn't
us,
believe
I'm
he
like,
hit it on the first pitch.
No, he's kidding. No, it wasn't.
Yeah. So
Ben North is of grand slams.
he's of grand slams. He comes up only with the bases loaded, apparently.
Oh,
All right, that is the crossover. We start a Grum next on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
Andy Reid was talking in one of his interviews about how Taylor Swift made the team homemade Pop-Tarts.
What if she releases it in a song?
It's just called Pop-Tart.
1/4 cup of sugar. Almond extract brings out the flavor.
450, 20 minutes.
Put a toothpick in it. Put a toothpick in it. If it comes out clean, it's yours.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Another southeast breeze with mostly cloudy skies for Wednesday afternoon and a high temperature near 60 degrees. Tomorrow morning, not many clouds in the air and a starting temperature in the upper 30s. More clouds later in the day, along with a rain chance in the late afternoon with a high temperature near 58 degrees for tomorrow. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery. KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Have you noticed a thinning hairline? Was there a special moment you weren't ready for? Are those days where you just don't want to get out of bed becoming more common? Getting older is inevitable, but John Bishop here to tell you don't have to feel older, because there's Hims.com. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to Hims.com and do something about it. Hims.com is private. The entire process is online. No office visits or trips to the pharmacy. Hims is shipped in low-key packaging direct to you. Hims treatments fit seamlessly into your everyday routine. The plan is simple to follow. And Hims has helped millions of guys like us with their hair loss, ED, and mood. To start your free online visit, go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit, hims.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Hi, this is Stacey McElligott, Director of Sales for NRG Media Omaha. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished bilingual new business development salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to the next level. Is this you? Our multimedia account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG Media lets you make a real difference in our community. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
4-day sports. Got state basketball going on.
Yeah, when is the North game going to be on?
I told you it's at
NCAA?
3:15. I don't know if it's going to
Turn it on.
I don't think it's on this channel.
We have someone stream it for us.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to the Grum. This is Dumb Debates Wednesday. We always love having you with us, whether you're streaming us or listening to us the old-fashioned way. Remember, it's always AM radio, 1620 The Zone. And that stream could be audio or video.
Mm-hmm. So if you're at work and you don't want your boss to know that you're listening to us,
Oh, see, now that is the play
you
right
can do
there,
it
Nick.
covertly.
That is the
They'll
play.
never know.
By the way, shout out to Mr. Rick, who has given us a movie nomination on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed, but you can also send them to us at our website. Subscribe today. You know, it's funny. So Mr. Rick said Dr. Strangelove, or have you ever seen this movie, John?
Dr. Strangelove?
Or
I have not.
How I Learned to, I forget what the whole
How I
title is.
learned to stop worrying and love the bomb. Love the bomb.
Yeah.
I almost picked that movie looks interesting.
I watched it in college in a history class, but I'll be honest, I really wasn't paying attention a whole lot. So I'd like to rewatch it. I actually almost picked this recently for the movie club. I believe it's available on YouTube. So yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Let us know what you'd like us to watch. We'd love to watch what you would like us to watch.
Go subscribe today.
There you go.
Subscribe today.
Mm-hmm.
And go ahead and suggest really bad ones, because I'm not going to be here, so that you can make these guys.
No, don't do bad ones. Give us some good movies.
Give it a try.
Yeah.
The Grum Down is presented by the referees at John Higgins, a weather card.
We appreciate them. We appreciate their Grum Down.
We do.
We appreciate their hard work.
Boys State, as we mentioned, Gretna's playing tonight. It's win one for Feek. Coach Feekin. Great story. I wish I would have known this was coming out, or that Mitch would have offered it to us when you talked to him on Monday. Did you read Mitch's story?
I did indeed.
Brad Feekin, the late Gretna coach, and of course the team rallying and getting to state, and they're playing tonight against Millard North in the Class A quarterfinals. We were just talking about him as the crossover ended. Ben North, move over, Shohei. There's a new sheriff in town. It's Ben North.
Why you always do this?
You know how many grand slams has Shohei hit this year? That'd be 0. How many has Ben North hit this year? That'd be 3.
Cool.
Ben North also can play in the field with a glove.
This is amazing. This is incredible.
He's a complete ball.
John Bishop and Jimmy Allen should host a podcast where they just crap on the best baseball players of a generation.
That would be amazing.
No, I'm not crapping on anyone.
We
I'm
call
just
it poop on guys.
I'm just
John
comparing
loves hurting
contrast.
his baseball credibility.
How is this?
does.
This is I have stated nothing but fact. I have spit nothing but fact.
Yeah, but there's a tone.
There's nuance, John. There's nuance to things.
Yeah,
You're just
there's
refusing
nuance.
to acknowledge the nuance.
There's a tone.
How Bama moved from DeGoat to DeBoer. Get it?
How Bama learned to stop worrying and love the bomb.
Nice.
Really fascinating read today on ESPN.com. We got another edition of the NIL today. The slippery slope is getting greased.
I actually don't know if I know what this story is.
Well, I mean, we talked about Caitlin Clark yesterday. She's back in.
Okay.
But also Dartmouth.
Oh, yeah, I know about that.
Dartmouth.
Yeah.
Joining us here in a few minutes, just a handful of minutes actually, is Parker Gabriel, the Denver Post.
Oh, I forgot. I thought he was a 315er today.
Oh.
Dang, he's coming up soon.
Parker.
Nice.
Of course, no more Russell Wilson in Denver.
No.
Let's not ride.
No.
Let's get off the horse.
Yeah.
But there could be there could be other people that won't be of Denver anymore.
Yeah.
They need to make some cap space.
Hopefully he's able to sell his home that has all those bathrooms.
But what about the what was that Twitter account? Does he have more wins than bathrooms?
Wins, yes. But did you see that meme that was going around his first year where he had more bathrooms than touchdown passes?
There it is. Thank you.
Yeah.
Jim Flannery will join us.
Whoa, nice
Coach
get,
Flan
Nick.
From Creighton Women's Basketball.
Yeah.
Their postseason begins this weekend.
Yeah, Friday.
In the Saturday. They play
Saturday. Excuse me. Yeah, Saturday.
They don't have to play Friday.
Yeah.
They wait.
They're playing the night game on Fox Sports 2.
Yes. And
or
1180 The Zone.
Rob Sims on the call.
Is it Rob or is it Glenn?
Oh, maybe Rob is the end.
I think Rob's going to
just tease something I shouldn't have, but yeah, he'll be
Rob's going to the NCAA.
into the dance, the whole dance. Yeah.
Either way.
Nice.
Do bad dumb debates.
Awesome. Always good to have those.
Dumb debates. You can send yours in right now. JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620. Just use the hashtag dumb debates. You can send them into the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com at Equitable. Take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring. Is Matt Rule top 25 worthy?
Wow, another tone, John. There's
not
lots of
tone. That's a question. That is a
tones.
question.
Question for
And
you.
is that a ballpark or a clamshell?
Or are you just happy to see me?
Hello.
402-951-1620. That is the 42 degrees, the source hotline by your mom's house.
R and writes, I always try to figure out how to say this person. Do we just say R and on YouTube? That's what I'm just going to keep saying. Okay. I want to win the trip so bad, I'd go in and out and bet some baseball, maybe even go on a run with Josh. I was actually looking for the trails in Vegas today, trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do, and might just have to hit the treadmill every morning. Yeah.
Just I'm telling you, come tickle some chains.
I'm not going to tickle chains, Nick.
Oh, you can run around there.
John, our listeners, because as always, hit us up on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Johnny Pig has done so. If you don't, or if you haven't done Bullet Train, I strongly suggest it. We have done Bullet Train.
That was one of my picks that you loved.
Yeah, strongly liked.
It was a like.
Yeah, it was very colorful.
We did that about a year ago.
It was very bright, very colorful. But again, please, Johnny and others, go to our website to give us recommendations because it allows you to let us know what streaming service the movie is on.
What we should do is put a link on our website with a list of all the movies we have done.
Wow, great
so
idea.
People can know.
John has the Excel spreadsheet.
He does.
I have the Excel.
John has the Bible.
And then Nick, you can go through all of the YouTube videos and edit them out, and then we could post all of our reviews. How fun does that sound?
Sounds so fun.
It sounds so fun and not time consuming.
Not at all.
Not time consuming.
I just wanted to double check this.
What happened?
Well, because I had some doubters.
Haters and losers, of which there are many.
No, they're not haters or losers.
Is this the guys and dolls thing?
No. This was my buddy Bart.
Oh, we're back to him?
Yeah.
Dang, who's living rent free right now?
No one's living rent free.
Okay.
But there is still a scenario in which Nebraska may not make the tournament.
Why are you doing this? 2 days in a row now. You're just dropping this bomb in on us.
What's your problem, you goober?
Yes. You got to warn me that this topic is approaching.
Why?
We're like winding down. We're having a good time. It's hour one of the show, and you're like, oh, yeah, I want to make everybody sad again.
John says it's time for you to learn to stop worrying and love the bomb.
Boom. Thank you, Nick.
I'm just saying, you need to beat Michigan. Just beat Michigan, and we'll be done with it. We'll just be done with it. We'll just be done with it. Okay?
They're not good at basketball.
No, Michigan is bad.
That's why John is saying you have to beat them because a loss would be catastrophic.
A loss would really hurt.
Yeah.
A lot of
because
things
then
would be
if another
catastrophic,
loss
that won't
happens consecutively at the Big Ten tournament, and likely they would play either Indiana or Rutgers. My buddy Bart doesn't like Nebraska chances if those things happen.
Bart can eat my shorts.
Nice.
Did Bart say that, or did the people say that to Bart?
Bart said that.
Okay.
Bart said, eat my shorts.
He
He was also El Barto.
I've watched 5 or 6 Simpsons episodes ever.
I loved The Simpsons.
Yeah.
I had the video games.
It's available on one of the streaming services.
The movie?
Disney Plus, maybe?
Oh, yeah, Disney Plus.
The show, which is so weird. Get on Disney Plus to watch The Simpsons and Star Wars, plus Beauty and the Beast.
What a time to be alive.
Yeah, it really is. Really is. John, people can email us into the Equitable Bank inbox.
I mentioned that already. But yes, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. I mean, if you would like, I can give you something more positive.
What's that?
I just ran a simulation.
I just ran a simulation.
Yeah, you sound like a dork.
According to my research.
I just did that.
I did that.
If Nebraska were to win, and then win again and face Purdue, it would be on the 9 line.
The positive boys.
The 9 line.
How do we feel about the 9 line? I mean, we could say 9 a lot. So I don't hate it from that perspective.
I'm fine with the 9
On the other
line.
hand, when you get your first tournament win, which they will, they'd have to play the 1 seed.
Oh, that's not 9.
Yeah, it's not. Indeed.
But maybe playing that 1 seed would happen in Omaha. Probably
no,
not.
probably not.
No,
Because
probably
Kansas
wouldn't.
has fallen to the 3 line now,
Yeah,
right?
they have.
What the hell's going on with them?
Yeah, I don't think it would be in Omaha.
Did want to read this email we got in the Equitable Bank inbox yesterday because I forgot to.
All my dreams seem so far away.
But it was actually from Doug of Equitable Bank. It says, I haven't listened to every minute this week, but has anyone asked the question, did Matt Rule plagiarize Josh's podcast? And he writes chasing 3 minutes, chasing 3 hours, Doug, but I appreciate
Did he write podcast as 2 separate words?
Of course he did.
Okay.
Yeah. A couple of people have brought it up.
Are you also not chasing 3 minutes?
No. I would like to sue, but if it gets a few more people to download it, then I guess that's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, but if you sue, you make all that money, you wouldn't have to do the podcast anymore.
But I do it as a passion project.
Wouldn't you rather be passionate about being really rich? Of course, you would.
I don't want to do a podcast.
You'd have to move out of the state because if you sued Nebraska successfully and won, I don't think they'd let you come back.
Yeah, people would then say Josh is a hater of Nebraska.
You would move to Iowa.
No, I'd just go to one of those forest houses like
This
in
was
that
a way
movie.
for Josh to finally get his grumball right because it chased Dylan back to Georgia.
Oh, so if he ends up back at Georgia, am I then correct about my grumble?
Yes. Just like you're still correct about the grumball.
Okay, you can't have both sides.
He didn't have both. He
John,
just said
you
he
love
was going to
both
go
sides.
to Georgia, and he did go to Georgia.
John, you love
There's
both
a
sides.
correct answer, and there's a
John, the world isn't black and white.
2 plus 2 is 4. That's black and white.
Yeah,
that's one. That's an absolute.
We've always
the
been at war
Grumdoll
with
has
East
to
Asia.
be an absolute.
Only Sith deal in absolutes.
Indeed.
Well, then that would explain why all my math teachers felt like Sith lords.
Which in itself is an absolute.
Andrew writes, if John keeps up with this anti-Husker rhetoric, he's going to jinx Creighton into a first-round loss. Oh, that'd be sad for you, John, because then we would be in Vegas and you would be right in that chair while we're in Vegas by the pool, your favorite place, outside,
fine,
sun on
great,
our faces.
super.
Post tickling chains.
Nope.
Watching baseball on the giant TV at Circa.
I hope that there's no baseball on that giant TV. I'll say, can you turn the channel to Seinfeld?
They could probably septuple 100 What is it? 100 boxes called?
I don't know. Hey, real quick before we talk to
100
Parker,
boxes.
Nick shared a meme on Twitter earlier today that was a Seinfeld reference. So he's growing up before our eyes.
Oh, I
Shout
don't
out
like
to Nick.
Seinfeld, but I like that meme.
You shouldn't be allowed to share that then.
Well, yeah,
I can't share Family Guy memes. It's just not a part of me.
You can. No one's going to stop you.
I would never use a meme from that goofy Mount Doom movie.
Yeah, exactly. John wouldn't do that. He
No.
wouldn't stoop to such low depths.
Which meme did he use?
It was the chicken roaster episode, and it was about the A's. And here, I'll just find it. Yeah, it's
a funny meme.
It's very
It's
funny.
a very funny meme from a very funny show that you do not like.
No, but I like baseball, so I can do half. By half.
That doesn't.
See, that's pretty funny.
Yeah,
Nick
really
shouldn't
funny.
be allowed to do
No.
that, though.
No.
Yeah.
You're not of Seinfeld.
At some point, memes
Nope.
leave the realm of
No.
where they came,
No,
and
they
they
don't.
become of the internet.
No, they don't.
They take on a life of their own.
They do not.
Sorry, Nick. I apologize, but this is you have to
If you
unretweet
would
that.
have,
I'm not
if
gonna do
there,
that.
if there would have been a funny meme featuring Mr. H, would you have
wow.
used that?
No.
That's 2 references in the first hour.
Well,
I'm not Chance, first of all.
Wait.
Love you, Chance.
All right, Bronco fans.
Let's ride.
Sadly, when you get equal time, it's usually
It really
talk
is on the
about bad
sad
things.
parts.
But the Broncos haven't been good lately.
No. And their play-by-play guy started ignoring us.
He did ditch us.
Tell Dave Logan to start coming on our show again, and maybe he'll start winning some divisions
He
again.
did win. He did ditch us.
Yeah, he did ditch Stibbs.
And Denver ditched Russ.
Hmm.
What does that mean? Next 1620 in the zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money. so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. RAMP.com/sports.
Maverick baseball and softball home openers are here. Maverick softball opens Thursday with Valparaiso at Clausen Field, and baseball opens with Portland on Wednesday at Tal Anderson Field. Get your season tickets or single game tickets by calling 402-554-MAVS or going to omavs.com/ticks. Also, this weekend is the Hockey Series finale as Maverick Hockey takes on third-ranked North Dakota. Get your hockey tickets by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/ticks.
Got the happy hour blues? Get to Cops for happy hour relief with 2 happy hours from 3 to 6 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. till close Sunday through Friday. Cops serves 24-ounce domestic drafts for just $3 and 24-ounce craft drafts for only $4, plus $2 off appetizers. The restaurant that offers great pizza, burgers, and tasty charred wings now offers 2 great happy hours. Visit Cops today at 180th and Center, the Shadow Lake Town Center, and 72nd and Jones, or click copspizza.com. Cops, pizza, and so much more.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Hey, Omaha dog lovers, get ready for more wags and more fun. Hound HQ, your dog's favorite spot for daycare, boarding, and top-notch grooming, is now open. At Hound HQ, there's plenty of space for a pup to sleep, play, and everything in between. Plus, our expert groomers are here to ensure your furry family member always looks fabulous. Join our pack on Facebook and Instagram at The Hound HQ, or visit our website, thehoundhq.com, and sign up your dog today. Hound HQ, more wags, more fun.
Trees, are they all the same? Not at Lanahaw. Grown from a quality seed source, handcrafted in our local farms for generations, and acclimated to our tough Midwestern climate, Lanahaw's trees are different. Simply put, they're better. Much like our trees, we take great pride in being homegrown. Visit our garden center to find your next tree today. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
I forgot about that.
It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com. Josh is efforting right now an ability to watch his beloved Omaha Central Eagles.
No, don't you say that, you jerk.
Take on those evil jerks from Omaha North, is what he called them off the air.
No, I would never say that. Also, it just stuns me that North is good at basketball, because when I was there, they sucked. So, V up, baby.
I remember a couple of years where North made the tournament when I was doing the games.
Yeah, not for. Is it? You think that's it?
That's it.
Well,
that's it right there.
Cool.
Parker Gabriel of the Denver Post joins us.
Nice.
Talking a little Denver Broncos. What's up, Parker?
Oh, what's going on, guys?
Not much. Not as much exciting around here because, around here, Nebraska's acquiring good quarterbacks, but at Denver, seems like they're letting them go, or at least for now. What has been the last couple of days like in Denver regarding this news? Which it's not a huge surprise, but still there's something finality about it that now you're like, now we have to be committed to finding something new.
Yeah, I think basically you hit it on the head. I mean, it's been clear. It's been clear for months, really, that the relationship was sort of on the rocks, and then when Russell Wilson got benched in week 17, like whatever that was, 2 days after Christmas, I think. Then the writing was on the wall, and it just became obvious what was going to happen. And so you've been just sort of waiting for the other shoe to drop for the last, the first 2 months of the offseason here. And even still, now that it's like, it hasn't officially happened. It'll officially happen next week when the league year starts. But now that the Broncos have just come out and said, like, yes, we're going to release Russell Wilson, there is this sort of like, oh yeah, that's right. It's twice as much dead money as any single player in NFL history. Russell Wilson's never actually going to play a snap on the 5-year extension that the Broncos signed him to in 2022, which is just like mind-boggling. And it's hard to believe that it went this bad this fast, honestly.
Yeah, and so why didn't it work, Parker? Let's go back to like 2022. Why didn't that iteration of Russell Wilson work with Denver? And then why didn't the 2023 Sean Payton iteration work with Denver to the point where they were okay with moving on from this amount of money?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's multiple answers to that, but really, I mean, when he first got to Denver, like they overpaid for him. There's no doubt about it. I think at the time there were people that said, well, that's a lot for Russell Wilson, but I don't remember a lot of, hey, this guy's already washed up. He can't play. What the heck are they doing? But, he was getting older. It was a big change, maybe a bigger change than he, gave thought to about. He played 10 years in one place and then he came to Denver and everything was new. And then on top of that, like, we've seen over the last 2 years that, it hasn't gone well with Nathaniel Hackett in charge of Denver's offense in 2022 or the Jets offense this year. Obviously, the Aaron Rodgers factor really is present in both of those. They thought they were going to get Aaron Rodgers here in Denver in 2022. Obviously, he only played the 4 snaps last year. So, like, it was a train wreck of a year one. Year two wasn't as bad, although depending on the metric you look at, it wasn't quite as rosy as 26 touchdowns and 8 interceptions would make it look like. But he just, he and Sean Payton are sort of like oil and water, personality-wise, approach-wise, and then also stylistically. Like, Sean wants a guy who, it's like Sean wants a paint-by-numbers guy, and then if you're a Hall of Famer, that's great. But, like, he'd rather have someone where he puts all the, it's this color over here and it's this color over here, and just follow the program and it will be all fine. And Russ is a color outside the lines player, even still at this point in his career. And so Peyton was really frustrated by the end of the year and decided he had given it a shot and it wasn't going to work. And, contract be damned.
Parker Gabriel, the Denver Post. A lot of folks see a major fail like this, especially, the fact that he's never actually going to play a snap on the extended contract that he got after the trade was executed. What is the trust level in Denver with George Payton right now?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it exists. And the thing, I think it's easy to gloss over. Like, it's a terrible trade, don't get me wrong, right? And, like, Russell had no trade protection in Seattle. And so the Broncos had to agree to do the extension in order to get him to waive the no trade, or at least that's how the negotiation went. Like, did they really have to do that? I mean, who knows? It'd be hard to say if there were teams lining up besides Denver, but they agreed to do the extension as part of the trade. So there's a little bit of revisionist history of like, oh, they shouldn't have, the trade was fine. They shouldn't have given the extension. So then you're telling me like, okay, so you're going to trade 2 first-rounders, 2 second-rounders, and 3 players for a guy. He's going to get to town, and then you're going to say, hey, listen, man, we just gave up an unfathomable amount of capital for you, but now we want you to prove it on the field, and we're not going to give you a new deal before you go open your tenure here against your old team in Seattle. Like, that just sort of begs belief. So, like, they overpaid. The extension was part of the trade, essentially. But, also they, like, traded for him before the new ownership group was in place, and then they extended him after it was in place, and the coaching hire of Hackett was all in that time too. Like, it turned out to be like the worst combination of like sequence of events. It was a series of unfortunate events, to use a Lemony Snicket phrase. And so like that doesn't mean that George Payton isn't responsible. I think what it does mean is now, 2 years down the road, he's got a veteran head coach on one side in Sean Payton, and he's got a new ownership group that's now more than a year in the Walton Penner group. And as long as those two factions, like on either side of George Paton, feel good about the work that he's doing in his capacity right now, he'll be fine. But like, if either of those change, then then he probably won't be fine. At least in Denver, he'll get another job in a heartbeat as a top scouting executive or whatever. But you always like keep an eye on that stuff after the draft wraps up, and certainly we'll be doing that here with George. But Sean Payton swears he loves working with the guy. The ownership group seems to trust him, especially as a scout. And as long as all of that continues, you could see he and Sean having a long partnership too.
So, Parker, the cap hit of it all and what this means for the future, they're obviously okay with doing this and moving on. So how will this affect the roster building and roster construction? Because, I mean, on one hand, I want to ask, like, what's next at quarterback? On the other hand, obviously, the dead money is going to play a big part in whatever they can do over the next couple of seasons.
Yeah, no doubt. They have two ways they can split up the dead money over 2 years. Basically, it's like they can take 50. It's 85 million total, no matter how you slice it. So it's either 53 this year and 32 next year, or like 50 and 35, 35 this year and 50 next year. So like you can either do the big chunk and get it out of the way this year, or you can push the big chunk off until 2025. I sort of think they should get the big chunk out of the way, and sort of be into the clear, not into the clear, but clearer in 2025. We'll see. They have basically until next week to figure that out. Part of what getting the big chunk out of the way would be is like it's easier to hold somebody's cap number down in the first year of a contract, right? So like it wouldn't be pretty, but I think they could play in the middle market of quarterback free agency if they do it that way. It's going to have a big effect no matter what, right? So like, but I don't think it's impossible if they really wanted Kirk Cousins or they really wanted Baker Mayfield. I think they can make those deals work. Now, obviously, that's going to inhibit other parts of the roster. And even if they sort of go bargain bin, veteran quarterback, and a first-round draft pick, it's still going to have impacts on other parts of the roster. But they've made it pretty clear on the record and just sort of on background and all this stuff. Like, they're making it clear that they're not going to use this, the Russell Wilson situation as an excuse, and that they feel like they can field a competitive roster the next 2 years, even with that albatross on it. And so it's going to be very interesting to watch them try to pull that off.
Parker Gabriel, the Denver Post. Cortland Sutton, I saw, was preparing himself to be let go. He erased all of his Bronco follows on his social media. How much could this hurt? I know it obviously depends on which number they decide to swallow first, the 50 or the 35, but how deep could this go in terms of cuts? Is Sutton pretty much a goner?
Yeah, I don't know about that, actually. I mean, I know he did that, but they don't have to release him. I mean, there's a few guys where it's kind of, they have this set of highly paid players that have no guaranteed money left on their contracts. And so that's always sort of decision-making mode, right? It's Cortland Sutton, it's Justin Simmons, it's Garrett Bowles, their left tackle, DJ Jones, the defensive lineman, and then Tim Patrick, another one of the wide receivers who's missed the past 2 years with injury. And so, like, any of those guys, like, could they end up cutting them? Yeah. I think it's more likely that they explore the trade market and then maybe hold for a year, restructure a little bit of money to try to clear cap space. But, Cortland Sutton was a little bit, he's a little, I don't know about dissatisfied, but just there was a little bit of drama during the season just because his name came up around the trade deadline. And now it's sort of happening again. So there's going to be a lot of that here. One of the things that we don't know for sure, I mean, we know Sean Payton has a big say in what happens, roster wise. And I don't think we have like a clear cut answer on some of these guys who have been around a long time of whether they're pieces that can help the Broncos win right now, if they're pieces that John feels like need to be back at lower numbers if they're coming back, or if he's sort of like, okay, I've seen this for a year, I know what I need to know, see you later. So we're going to get some of those answers in the next like week, 2 weeks on some veteran guys, and yeah, it could be an active little stretch here.
Parker, obviously you've only been covering the league for a couple of years now, 2-3 seasons. So, this is going to be like the worst trade in the league since you've been on the beat. But I wonder how much you have been able to dive into where this falls historically, because we had a discussion a few days ago. Is this surpassing the Herschel Walker from Dallas to Minnesota trade that helped my franchise win a few Super Bowls in the 90s? Where does this rank from what you've been able to gather over the last few days?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that one, like, I'm famous last words. I don't know if that one will ever be topped. The funny thing is, like, okay, so maybe you could make an argument that it's like second worst trade in NFL history, which isn't, great company to have. But you could also make an argument that it was the second worst trade of 2022 as well. I mean, Cleveland gave up 3 first-rounders for Deshaun Watson, plus a third and a fourth, and then gave him $230 million guaranteed. Like, Cleveland gave Deshaun Watson $106 million more guaranteed than the Broncos gave Russell Wilson. So, like, Deshaun Watson might end up being better than Russell Wilson. He also has all of the baggage, and I think he's played in 17 games so far for Cleveland. So 2022 was not a good year to be trading for a quarterback, apparently.
I saw, Parker, in an NFL.com mock that they have the Broncos moving up to take J.J. McCarthy.
Oh,
how would that go over in Denver?
How do you Big Ten guys feel about that?
Bad. But you know what? I mean, look, I didn't think Brock Purdy was going to be anything in the NFL, so what do I know?
Yeah, but he got drafted, 252 or whatever?
Right, yeah, there's a difference when you get drafted there versus getting drafted somewhere in the mid to upper mid first round, which is where a Bronco trade with maybe one of Chicago's later picks would get them.
Yeah.
It just, I don't know. I am skeptical of it.
Me too.
But, I haven't watched him work out. So, and it seems like he's climbing a lot of people's charts.
Yeah, it really does. And it's kind of funny. Like, I must be sort of like slowly morphing into just having like full NFL brain. Because when I watch him, I'm like, wow, there's a lot to like. And then everyone I hear, like all of my friends that cover college football, obviously a lot of whom cover Nebraska or Wisconsin or the Big Ten in general, they're all like, I don't understand this whatsoever. And so it's going to be interesting. There's always I always feel like we sort of overshoot a little bit on somebody coming out of the combine this time of year. Like last year, this time of year, it felt like Will Levis was going to, it was like, okay, not only is it, Bryce Young and CJ Stroud and Anthony Richardson, but Levis is going to be right there too. And it was the same sort of talk, 4 quarterbacks high and all that. And obviously like 3 of them went in the first 4 picks. And then one guy, Levis, ended up in the second round. And so the question is like, are there really going to be 4 that go that early this year? Or does McCarthy maybe end up more in the like Bo Nix, Michael Penix Jr. realm, like wherever that is? Maybe someone comes up late first round, maybe they're second rounders. But the steam with McCarthy for weeks now has been, yeah, he's going in the top 10. So it's going to be, the Broncos have a big call to make there too, because you've obviously got the quarterback needy teams at the top. Somebody's going to go up, somebody will go up to get a quarterback. And then they're sitting right in this mix of Minnesota at 11, Denver at 12, Vegas at 13, all of whom probably need a quarterback. And they're all could be jockeying for the trade up or who ends up there or whatever. So again, it's sort of like everything has been for a while with the Broncos. It's very interesting, and they're not in a bad spot, but it also seems like they're maybe between a rock and a hard place.
Where's the fan base at now, Parker, with Sean Payton going to year 2?
Oh, I think a lot more confident than they were a year ago.
Interesting.
When Nathaniel Hackett got fired, but also like it just Sean's very much like we're going to compete every year. He's the kind of guy that thinks he can roll out there with the 3 of us and a few other guys and figure out a way to keep it close or be in contention. And so like, I mean, that's probably a good quality to have in your coach, but I also just like, they won't say it, but this isn't going to be easy. Like, it's not going to be easy to thread this needle without Russell Wilson. and with all that money on the books, and try to have a better roster than they had last year when they were the healthiest team in the NFL and they scratched out 8 wins. Like, it just, I don't know. It seems like a hard road. And like it's going to take a couple of years before they have the roster where they want it. But, it's the NFL. Every team's within like 5% of each other. And crazy stuff happens all the time.
Parker Gabriel, Denver Post. No shortage of excitement in Denver as they try to rebuild and somehow keep up with the Chiefs. And, oh, by the way, that Harbaugh fellow just joined the division.
Yeah, that's right. Imagine if Sean Payton drafts J.J. McCarthy and then goes and beats Jim Harbaugh's Chargers with J.J. McCarthy as his quarterback.
I mean, Harbaugh was the one who said a few weeks ago that he is the best quarterback in the draft. Now, I think he was just being loyal to a former player, but yeah, that would be very ironic.
Yeah, or it would be amazing if he was like entertain the idea of trading Justin Herbert to like take McCarthy at 5 and roll. That's not, you just don't do that. But like, if you want to talk about like the NFL draft that Thursday night, just going completely nuclear, that would be it. Of like, oh, the Chargers are acquiring 13 first-round picks for Justin Herbert from somebody, and he's going to take J.J. McCarthy and just reset the whole thing. That would be amazing.
Parker, have a great week. We appreciate it. Thanks for the chat.
All right, we'll see you guys. Next time you see Sipple, tell him to shut up.
We will.
We always
Thank
do.
you.
We
Thank you,
always
Parker.
Wrong radio show.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Thanks, Parker.
Parker Gabriel of the Denver Post.
That would be, I mean, I feel like whoever gets McCarthy, the fan base, I don't think the fan base is going to be that excited if they are college football fans in that fan base.
Right.
Professional fans who don't really have a history with him will certainly, everybody wants to talk themselves into
It depends where he goes to. I mean, if like the Bears would pull a shocker, for example, and draft him instead of,
oh my gosh,
Caleb Williams,
that would be quite the story.
I think there would be an issue.
Yeah.
Heck, even if he's taken, if Washington grabs him at 2, or the Falcons, get him wherever I can't remember where the Falcons are picking at the moment. But yeah, it really does. It depends on where he's taken.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to just cast him off, knowing that we have seen.
Correct. That's the thing.
We have seen what has happened when you prematurely cast off a quarterback. But there is a difference between being picked Mr. Irrelevant and succeeding, and being picked in the first round, because the level of expectation.
Yeah.
You are chosen to be the franchise quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
When you are picked in the first round, you are chosen to be the guy. And I don't know. I think I think it'll be a very mixed bag of results.
He'll cost more.
It'll cost a lot more.
You just mentioned it. The expectation will be higher. So there's a lot that goes into wherever he lands. Not to mention, of course, one of the big reasons, the driving points of success for Purdy's level of play has been the players around him, the infrastructure around him. That's played a big part in what he has been able to do. And he's obviously executed at a very high level too, but it also helps that like the Broncos don't have the infrastructure of the 49ers, and certainly the skill talent that the 49ers have.
No, they most certainly do not.
No.
Thanks to Parker Gabriel for joining us and adding it to the chat. By the way,
Alex Linga says, as a Bronco fan, I want no part of McCarthy.
Carl Mecklenburg, who just got I'm thinking that was Randy Gradishar. Sorry, wrong era, wrong linebacker.
All right.
But Mecklenburg, former Bronco legend, tweeted this week, Russell Wilson isn't a leader. The foolishness that went on in his first year at Denver with a private coach, his own office at the facility, family at training camp when other players didn't have those privileges, proved his self-centeredness.
Yeah, he is someone that when he first came into the league, lots of praise, lots of plaudits for essentially the exact opposite of what you just read, where it was he showed up, he put in the work to the point where the Seahawks at the time, they had signed Matt Flynn on a huge deal, and they made Russell Wilson the 3rd-round draft pick, a starter. They won a Super Bowl in year 2. They went to a Super Bowl in year 3. And then after that, everything went downhill. And remember, there was that famous ESPN story where Richard Sherman and others thought that they threw the ball down there to help Russell get the MVP instead of it going to beast mode. The fights at practice that weren't just the typical training camp fights where it was a lot more personal. It seems like all of that is very real the further that we get away from that.
And that's why where Russell Wilson ends up, I mean, yes, you should be able to get him really, really cheap because the Broncos will be paying most of his salary. But you want to bring this type of potential baggage with you, because this is now two different franchises that have had.
And people are happy to see him go.
Yes, that they're not that disappointed. I don't know many. The only thing Bronco fans are disappointed with is how much it's costing them and how they misread the situation from the jump, but not that he's leaving.
Yeah.
They're fine with dumping him and finding and starting over again with another quarterback.
100%.
Coming up, the madness, and there's a lot of it happening right now. And we're going to have some fun with conference tournaments, thanks to my buddy Bart. This will be good news for Nebraska.
I can't wait to find out what he has to say this time.
Bart having good news for Nebraska.
And still to come, how Alabama moved on from Nick Saban. There was some revealing stuff in here, including what Saban said upon his departure that heretofore hadn't been heard yet before on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on the crossover.
All right, let's see. So Danville Dairy Daddies. Look at that. Look at that horny cow. Look at the eyes on this bad boy.
Is the cow giving the eyes?
There's something weird about that. I can't say.
He is a bull. This is a Dairy Daddy. Oh, his name is McCreamy. Got it. Perfect.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Another southeast breeze with mostly cloudy skies for Wednesday afternoon and a high temperature near 60 degrees. Tomorrow morning, not many clouds in the air and a starting temperature in the upper 30s. More clouds later in the day, along with a rain chance in the late afternoon with a high temperature near 58 degrees for tomorrow. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery. KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
The following is a test of the KOZN emergency system equipment. The data tones you just heard are used in the emergency alert system. This concludes testing of the KOZN emergency alert system equipment. The station serves the Nebraska operational area number 1.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber, from the company with America's fastest download speeds. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data. Fixed median download speeds. US Q3 2023. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply.
Hey fans, looking for the best seats without the hidden fees? Then you need to check out Tickets for Less. Whether it's Creighton games, Husker matchups, or big-time concerts and events, they've got you covered, all with no service fees. Now, you ready to score a deal? Use the code THEZONE at ticketsforless.com and save on your next event. You prefer to go mobile? Grab the free Tickets for Less app and shop with ease. Every seat holds a story, so find yours and save when you use the promo code THEZONE at ticketsforless.com and the Tickets for Less app today.
It's Champions replacement window season, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. If your windows are drafty, difficult to operate, or costing you money on your energy bill, it's time to replace them. Champion Windows is here to help. Champion builds our own windows right here in the USA. We make the process easy. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding, now 30% off. Don't wait, this sale won't last long. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 30% off sunrooms and siding.
Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. While discounts apply to our regular prices, select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
If weekend brunch makes you happy, and Sunday happy hour makes you happy, and delicious Mexican foods make you happy, then come to Copal Mexican Cuisine this weekend and get happy, happy, happy. It starts with brunch on Saturday and Sunday that includes Mexican favorites and brunch classics with something for everyone. Then it's Sunday Fun Day happy hour with happy hour prices all day. So come on, get happy at Copal Mexican Cuisine. Find them on Facebook and at 129th and Maple. Traditional Mexican flavors with a modern culinary touch.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct.
We're pretty cool guys.
We are pretty cool guys.
Pretty cool guys.
On 1620 The Zone.
Hey, John.
Hey, what?
Did you know that if you go to 1620thezone.com right now, you could sign up to win a trip to, well, you can't, but the listeners could sign up to win a trip to Las Vegas?
How do I do that?
Well, so you go to this website. It's called 1620thezone.com. Pretty cool. And you put in, I think all you do is put in your email. Boom. You get a chance to win, whether it's a local 1620 The Watch Party at Backlot Tap House in Exarban for you and your crew. I'll be there. Or a trip to Las Vegas for 1620 The Watch Party, where one grand prize winner will score a flyaway to Vegas to stay at the Circa Resort and Casino. Just join in on the madness right now at 1620thezone.com. 1620 The Watch Party powered by Circa Resort and Casino and Backlot Tap House.
So all I do is go to 1620thezone.com and type in my email.
Boom.
Just anywhere?
Well, I don't think just anywhere, John.
There's a specific page.
I just retweeted a link. Happer just tweeted it out. He talked about, he says, come to Vegas with me. I'll show you the secret of what to do on a 16 in blackjack, 100% hit rate.
Oh.
I've never played blackjack, so that would be good to learn how to be great at blackjack.
I like blackjack.
1620thezone.com. Find the subscribe today link. That'll be the way to start. Things have already gotten crazy because, you know, the smaller league tournaments, some of them have already begun. The top seed in the ASUN, the Atlantic Sun,
the A-Sun,
they lost to the 10 seed.
Oh, wow.
Last night.
So they just cost themselves a bid.
Well, Eastern Kentucky did, and they might not even get into the NIT. It used to be that if you were a regular season conference champ and you lost in the tournament and you didn't get a bid to the dance, you'd get a spot in the NIT. They don't even allow that anymore.
That's garbage.
I know.
We can't even go to second-rate tournaments anymore.
Can't even do that.
That's sad.
Also last night, UNLV won. Now, this wasn't conference tournament action, but UNLV upset San Diego State.
It's crazy that they're already playing their tournament.
No, this is not a tournament. This is regular season. But I mention that because right now, UNLV doesn't have a resume that is good enough at this point to be in the tournament, according to most of the prognosticators. In fact, let's see, taking a look at the old Bart Torvik, UNLV is the 11th team out. So they are 11th in line in the first teams out tab on BartTorvik.com, meaning it's unlikely they're going to get an at-large bid. But
the rest of the league's getting a ton of schools in.
They are, but they could be a dirty bid stealer. A dirty bid stealer. And that's something you have to watch for, especially if you're a bubble team who doesn't want to.
Is this more crapping on Nebraska again?
No.
Oh, if Nebraska loses, everyone's going to be sad, and then they'll miss the tournament, and then John will probably laugh a little bit, and Josh will be right on his grumble.
My name's John, and I like Huskers doing bad.
But I did
classic
notice
John.
this. You can go to Bart Torvik and simulate the tourney based on where the teams might be seated. And on the simulation of the Mountain West tournament, well, let me give you an example. Let me give you just to show you what it's like elsewhere in the universe. So I did the same thing on, let's see, I think I picked the Big East. I actually picked both the Big East and the Big Ten. So in the Big East, I ran the simulation, and UConn, has a 47% chance of winning the Big East tournament. That's a hefty percentage.
That is large.
That is a hefty percentage for a conference that's likely going to have 3 teams as top 4 seeds.
I saw a graphic on ESPN, and I don't mean to move away from college hoops, but just for a second yesterday, where the Celtics, it was like a 58% chance to win the East this year. It wasn't even the number 1 seed. And I was like, what the hell?
I ran a similar simulation on the Big Ten tournament, and Purdue, a 54% chance of winning the Big Ten tournament. Well, in running a similar simulator on the Mountain West, check out these numbers. Utah State as the 1 seed, 14%. Nevada is the 2 seed, 14%. UNLV is the 3 seed, 14%. Boise as the 4 seed, 13%. San Diego State is the 5 seed, 21%. New Mexico, 13%. It's that balanced.
Yeah.
That's how deep this conference is. 7 deep going down to New Mexico and Colorado State. In other words, if you just want to watch for excitement, first of all, these games have been great all year in the Mountain West, these late night games. This is the tournament to watch.
Do you buy this?
Because UNLV, unlike these other teams I've mentioned, and maybe even Colorado State or New Mexico might be playing themselves off of the bubble, those teams are going to be a little bit more on the desperate side.
Mm-hmm. Do you buy this league having a lot of success in March in the NCAA tournament? Because
I believe they can.
I know that this has become a conference of a little bit of discourse, just given that, it is not obviously referred to as a power league. They are going to have a ton of teams in the dance. I know that it seems like some Creighton fans have been having fun with Nebraska fans about, more Mountain West teams getting in than them or whatever it is. But I feel like a lot of eyes are going to be on the Mountain West when we get to the tournament in a couple of weeks. A lot of people are going to be watching it to see how it does, just given the number of teams that are going to make it over.
Sure. Now I would be careful because a lot of people like to, and we do this all the time. We do it in postseason football. We do it in postseason basketball, that it is the tournament. It's how you do in the tournament that judges the quality of a conference.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some truth to it, but it's not all of the truth. So again, sometimes it's about matchups. Last year it worked out great. Mountain West ended up in the national championship game in the form of San Diego State. So there's a lot of different metrics that we can use to judge a conference's strength.
Mm-hmm.
And I would hate for it, especially after as well as they've played. And given the arguments of the day, and the arguments of the day are that the power conferences are flexing more of their muscle. They're going to want more of the action. They're going to want more of the money. They're going to want more of the bids. And if you are like me and you want to preserve these events and allow more inclusion instead of more brands, then
in a way, aren't you kind of rooting for them?
Then you're rooting for the Mountain West to do well.
Yeah.
My brand.
I think so too. I think you're rooting for them to do well in the NCAA tournament because that's better for the sport overall. Going back to what we talked about a lot yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, it's never going to hurt because the Big Ten's always going to be the Big Ten. They're always going to have the huge brands. They're always going to be, thought of very highly, understandably so. But they've also gone an entire generation without winning a national championship, which if you think about it, it's embarrassing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's crazy how rare that would be.
Well, even
you would think they would at least back into one or two in the last 25 years, but they haven't.
John, I mean, even in football, it was 68 for Ohio State all the way till 97 when Michigan won the split with Nebraska. And then after that, it was Ohio State in 02 and 14. I mean, even then it still takes, whereas the SEC is doing it every year or every other year, seemingly for years. And yet this league that has a lot of power and a lot of sway, and yet they have had struggles.
Yeah, I've used the descriptor of the Big Ten is the McDonald's of conferences.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows who they are. They're the most popular brand. A lot of folks will dine there.
But how many people say it's the best? But not very many.
But they'll never win any awards.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the Big Mac's not winning any awards.
Billions and billions served. In the case of the Big Ten, millions and millions watch.
Yep. but they're never going to win any trophies for it.
Yeah.
With the obvious exception of Michigan this past year in football. But either way, that'll be a fun watch, the Mountain West tournament.
John writes, John talking about all these simulations that he keeps running makes him sound like a huge nerd.
Yeah, you sound like me.
You do. John, Nick, handshake me.
Wow. I mean, John has been getting a little more left lately.
He has. Can't wait for him to start talking about universal health care.
Oh, no.
Did I see somewhere where President B lost last night? Did he lose something?
No, the election is in November, John.
No,
Remember,
but
don't forget, tonight he's speaking.
Wasn't there a bunch of primaries and Cockeye last night?
Yes. Did he lose somewhere?
I think he lost his state.
No, really?
I thought I read that somewhere. I mean, it's already a foregone conclusion. We know who's running for president. We know who's left. But
he loses the American Samoa Democratic
Oh,
Caucus.
wow.
Oh.
Damn.
Hey, they're a part of the country too, John.
Yeah, John. Honestly, I did not know about that until right now. I was like, what are
He
you talking
lost
about?
Here, I thought it was a big deal. Like, yeah, he lost Massachusetts.
Yeah, that didn't
Yeah,
happen.
he lost Connecticut. No, he lost American Samoa.
Andy says, do you all know what channel is the Central versus North game? It's on streaming, which we just pulled up, by the way. Go Vikings! Whooping that Eagles ass, 11-7.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go, Vikings. V up, baby. I'm going to talk so much trash to Happer if they hold on to win.
If you have it's the NFHS app?
Yes.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
If you have that, but you have to pay, $11 a month or $100 and something dollars a year. But that's the only place it's being aircast right now on the video.
By the way, the not sports flash worthy, but the Bills have been cutting a lot of players from their roster to get a lot of cap room, including the most recent one, Tre'Davious White. That just came down, 2-time Pro Bowler, just got released. Right now they entered the day $50 million over the cap. Right now they have, I believe, about $36 million of cap space, given all of these moves. So certainly a different roster construction coming next season for the Buffalo Bills. Yeah, indeed.
It's good to be a franchise that has cap space this year. For once.
Dude, yeah, what a time to be alive for John Bishop. He can pay attention to the draft.
I know. I mean, again, imagine all the great picks we get. Pick 3rd round, 4th round, 5th round.
Yeah.
Picking 1st round, we might as well pick God.
God, I feel like we're going to start.
We're so good at picking 5th round, picking God.
This is going to be like old school Unsportsmanlike conduct where you'll be reaching out to Nick like Severe used to reach out to me and say, hey, can you have this draft guy on and this draft guy on? Matt Miller. Can't remember all of the names from the old days. Don't worry, Nick.
Oh, all those places.
Nick, don't worry. That ain't going
to.
That ain't. One of my favorite handshake memes that John and I have is, we watch the draft when it's on. That's kind of what we do.
You can add me to this list too, because I was more of football finally.
Yeah.
When the last draft happened.
Very proud of you.
And I paid attention to the 1st round. And then after that, I'm like, okay.
It's great to have on his background noise on days 2 and 3. But, there's a lot of Cowboys people that I follow that just adore it.
But you might miss the next Tom Brady or Brock Purdy.
I'll figure it out. You know what? I'll figure it out when I'm watching them play in the fall.
And then the announcers say it. Oh, he was picked last.
People forget. Mr. Irrelevant. By the way, North's now up 11-9. Oh, crap. Oh, wait, never mind. Nope, they're up 14-9.
Let's go. You don't even know which team is yours.
No, because
you were worried. You thought Omaha Central had scored. No,
for 2 reasons.
Central's in purple.
Colorblind. Thanks, John, for picking on me. You absolute monster.
Well, you're the one that
Second of all,
beard is red.
North is wearing they're wearing their white uniforms and they're listed first on the. It's bad. It's bad broadcasting. I'll say it right now.
What do you
mean? They
mean?
need to be the second team.
No. The score bug is color coordinated.
No,
the North is the lighter color bug, and the Central one is the
they're
purple
wearing the white
one.
uniform. That means that they're the home team. So
North
they should
is
be
on the left.
No, no one reads it like that.
Home teams are always the second team on the.
I don't read it like that. I literally looked at Omaha North. They're the lighter color score bug. They're in the lighter color jerseys. Also, I know that Omaha Central's purple.
I'm colorblind, so purple looks blue to me. Gosh. I went to talk to my therapist about this in a few weeks.
All because you were watching high school sports.
I've made a huge mistake.
Is Matt Rule Top 25 worthy.
Can't wait for John to make more people angry today because he's going to say, hell no, he must go.
I didn't say any of that.
John Bishop, Jimmy Allen, they should do a podcast. They both like to say inflammatory
things. The inflammatory boys.
They make pills for that.
1620 the zone.
Nick Grimm for Circa Sports Iowa. You know, at the end of the month when we're at the beautiful Circa Resort in Las Vegas, it will be both during the dance and opening day of Major League Baseball. If you don't make it there with us, you can still have the next best thing in the palm of your hand back home with the Circa Sports Iowa app. You can place bets anywhere in the state of Iowa, whether it's on the dance or opening day. They offer tight money line splits, and they strive to keep lines at a minus 110 split. They don't keep as much money on large market bets like other places do, and they won't limit you for constant winning, which is great because in both the MLB and the dance, there's a lot of games happening at once, and if you're on a roll, they don't want to interrupt that. Their hospitality is also just second to absolutely nobody. If you ever run into any issues at all or you have any questions, reach out to them either through email, which is in the app, or tweet at them. And a real person, not an AI, a real life human will get back to you as soon as they can and resolve whatever issue might have popped up. Go ahead and level up your sportsbook game today. Check out Circa Sports Iowa app, again, anywhere in the state of Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska-brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
Don't let stains around your floor drain become a pain in the drain. Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More is here to help make sure your showers, sink, toilets, and all drains are cleared and flowing strong. Our prices won't drain your wallet either. Just call Burton today to open your drains for $93. For a limited time, buy a new sump pump and get $100 off a battery backup. Don't let rain invade your domain. Burton's experts are at your service 24/7. Just call Burton today at justcallburton.com or call 402-934-7003. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Is your concrete cracked or uneven? Hey everyone, Coach Greg McDermott here to explain why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. Many people think they need to replace broken concrete, but repairing it provides durable protection and comes at a fraction of the cost. Everlevel provides permanent repair solutions to fix your concrete and protect it against future damage. And it all comes with a long-term transferable warranty. They offer free inspections to walk you through the entire process. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today.
Betting on your favorite sporting events just got a whole lot easier. Warhorse Sportsbook is now open in Omaha. Save yourself the drive across the river and put your money where your mouth is at Horseman's Park, 6303 Q Street. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, Omaha dog lovers, get ready for more wags and more fun. Hound HQ, your dog's favorite spot for daycare, boarding, and top-notch grooming is now open. At Hound HQ, there's plenty of space for a pup to sleep, play, and everything in between. Plus, our expert groomers are here to ensure your furry family member always looks fabulous. Join our pack on Facebook and Instagram at The Hound HQ, or visit our website, thehoundhq.com, and sign up your dog today. Hound HQ, more wags, more fun.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Still to come, Coach Flann going to join us, and Dumb Debates. Actually, Dumb Debates will be pushed back just a few minutes.
Because of Flann.
Yes.
Or does he want to join us to participate in Dumb Debate?
Oh, that could be fun.
Hey, Flann.
I don't think he wants to.
We should do that. I bet nobody ever asks Flann to participate in Dumb Debates.
I've never asked him to.
There's a reason why he's successful and we're not.
It would be memorable.
Friend of the Grum, Bruce Feldman, put out his coaching rankings earlier this week. Top 25 coaching rankings in college football, which nowadays is a list that is not as easy to figure out at the very, very top, because we literally lost the best one ever.
It was wild opening.
Retirement.
It was wild opening up this story. And not that I don't know that Nick Saban is retired, but you scroll and it's like,
wait, what?
There are a lot of new names at the top of the list. There's no Saban, there's no Harbaugh, and
there's one name that is
no Chip
very
Kelly.
high on this list that
Chip
might blow some people's minds, but
and he was high on the other list too that they both did. You're talking about the guy from that state that's near us? Yeah.
Kirby Smart, number 1.
Not a surprise.
Dabo, who used to be the default number 2, is back to not Stewart's, but Bruce Feldman's number 2.
Yeah. Stewart had him at 8. I am closer to that than I am to number 2. It's been a few years now.
Lance Leipold,
baby.
number 3. Lance Leipold. And I get it. He's made Kansas football good again. But number 3? The third best coach in college football right now?
Yeah, it's interesting because on one hand, he has had a ton of success. On the other, he has not won a conference at Kansas.
No.
He had a lot of success at Buffalo. You know, there is obviously a ceiling. There's obviously a ceiling there.
And yeah, Kansas going 9-4, that's a huge deal. But is that worthy of being the number 3 coach? But
and he also had a lot of success at in the D3 level too. So it's almost like how much do you weigh that into what he has done? Just like with DeBoer, right? Like in his write-up of Kalen DeBoer, who he has at 4th, he includes his overall record. And I'm just going to read what he wrote. Since the start of 2022, the Huskies are 25-3 and staggering 10-1 against top 25 teams. DeBoer is 12-2 all-time against ranked opponents. At Fresno State, he went 12-6. He was 67-3 at Sioux Falls and won 3 NAIA national titles. Overall, he's 104-12. So he includes the lower level stuff.
Yeah.
And so if you're going to do that with him, you got to do that with Leipold. You got to do that with everybody.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess that works. Let's see.
Oh, you want to skip over your boy there at
No,
number 5?
I had switched windows. Ryan Day at 5.
A little high for my taste.
I'm going to listen to racist country music.
Yep, I would have had Brian Kelly, who he has at number 6, certainly high above. Oh, what the hell's going on in this game? This is garbage.
That's...
Well, Omaha North.
Let's go. The comeback begins.
You want the team on the left.
Going the way of,
I hate you, Nick.
Going the way
I'm
of Josh
helping.
Peterson, trailing again. Brian Kelly at 6.
Gumbo.
James Franklin at
Franco?
7.
Oh.
Franklin,
Nick.
Kyle
Less
Whittingham
exciting.
at 8. Lincoln Riley at 9. Mike Norvell at 10. And you're wondering, well, didn't you tease this segment by talking about Matt Rule? Oh, yes, I did. Real quick, the next 10.
You disrespecting Matt
Steve
Rule?
Sarkisian, 11. Chris Kleiman, 12. Jeff Brom, 13. Mark Stoops, 14. Kirk Ferentz, 15. Dave Clausen, 16.
Oh.
Josh Heupel, 17. And coming in at number 18, down 3 spots from where he had him last year. He meaning Bruce Feldman, Matt Rule.
He writes, it was a shaky first season in Lincoln, but in fairness to Rule, it's been really shaky there for a long while. Wow, boom roasted. 49-year-old Rule knows how to get things turned around. His 5-7 debut wasn't disastrous, and he's had some big recruiting wins already, especially landing quarterback Dylan Raiola. Rule's overall college record, 52-50, isn't jaw-dropping, but stretches of his season-by-season record are. At Temple, he went 2-10 year one and won 10 games 2 years later. He went 1-11 in year one at Baylor. 2 years later, 11-3.
Mm-hmm.
And so, obviously the implication here is that he is going to do it again, or he certainly has the capability of doing it again. Chris in Montana texts in, feeling positive about Matt Rule, but don't you have to have a winning record and beat some ranked teams before you're a top 20 coach, potential top 20 coach, but not yet. He is above 500 and he has beaten some ranked teams, just not a whole lot.
Yeah, and it hasn't been many.
No, it's like, what, 1 or 2?
Yeah, I used to have the numbers.
But it's none of them at Baylor and none at Nebraska.
What this list reminds me of is how thin college football is in terms of real legendary coaches.
Mm-hmm.
Growing up, Osborne, Paterno, Switzer, Bowden.
John, think about the 90s. Spurrier was in there. Having success at the same time. It was not to mention 5-6 years ago, 10 to 15 years ago, that stretch where there was like the old and the young. There was, Pete Carroll. There was Nick Saban was back in Urban Meyer. Yeah. And so you've lost a lot of those guys. And we are, again, coming off of a stretch where, okay, let's pretend that Saban and Harbaugh don't retire and leave the sport of college football.
Mm-hmm.
They are what, 1, 2, 3. It's those two and Kirby at the top. And suddenly everything seems a little bit deeper because it's like, oh my gosh, you have all these national championship winning coaches at the top of the list. What's the number of national championship winning head coaches that are still in college football right now? It's not a very long list. Jimbo Fisher's out of the sport, and Jimbo Fisher was one of those guys on that list.
It's Kirby Smart, Dabo Swinney, and Mac Brown.
Yeah. Think about that. Mac Brown's happened a long time ago.
Yes, it did.
Almost 20 years ago.
Almost 20 years ago since Mac Brown won a national title.
His national title is much closer to Nebraska's last than it is to today.
Yeah, it is.
Much closer.
Yes.
Hell, the last time he appeared in a national championship game is closer to Nebraska's last natty than it is to this moment in time.
If there was ever a moment, and of course, now we're probably, or at least we're getting closer to transitioning to a moment where college football is getting more concentrated than it is more diverse. But if there was ever a moment where you could really see some other people rise up in the coaching ranks, now would be the time.
100%. And I think that this list is pretty indicative that that's already happened. Look, I think having Leipold at number 3, I think is a bit of an not overreaction, but it's just a stretch. I wouldn't put him there yet. I need to see him take that next step. But Kalen DeBoer at 4, I think is very well earned. This guy has been successful at every single level of the sport. What's interesting, John, about like the rest of the top 10 is that there are genuine questions about most of them. Hell, go back to number 2. Dabo has a lot of questions about him right now. We already mentioned Leipold. Ryan Day, like all bits aside, the guy needs to take that next step there.
Yes.
Brian Kelly, a lot of stuff with him. James Franklin. Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Lots of success. Doesn't ever beat anybody good.
Whittingham's the one guy where he's entrenched there and they're happy with him there.
Biggest issue with him is just his age, is that he's a little bit older. Lincoln Riley, how many questions abound about him? Mike Norvell's done a really good job at Florida State. And so that's the thing with the rest of this list is for the longest time, you had this this rock solid group, whether it was, I mean, think about that, man. When you had Urban and Saban and all of these guys in the sport at the same time, didn't really have a whole lot of questions about them.
No.
Whereas now, even the top 5 coaches, it's like, yeah, but what has this guy done? What has that guy done?
It is a fascinating time to be in college coaching.
Mm-hmm.
And on that note, and speaking of Mike Norvell, whose name came up in this story, good insight from ESPN.com on how Alabama transitioned. Said about why he chose now to retire, that I'm sure will raise some eyebrows and have already. Coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the host Zone traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, no wrecks to avoid this afternoon, but we are getting reports of significant delays on eastbound L Street from I-80 all the way to 90th, delays on eastbound Dodge from 680 to 90th, also on westbound Dodge, delays between 680 and 108th. We're seeing slow going on southbound 204th at Center, and a little bit of a delay on westbound 370 just before I-80. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
Cash Blast from the Nebraska Lottery is back. Up until April 2nd, buy a 2x2 ticket and enter to be one of 14 weekly winners of $5,000 or $500. Details at nelottery.com. 2x2 top prize odds, 1 in 105,000.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com. Omaha fans, are you ready to score tickets to your favorite events hassle-free? Yes. Shop local tickets for less, located right here in Omaha, 145th and West Center Road. No hidden fees, just transparent pricing. And when you use the promo code THEZONE at checkout, you'll save big at ticketsforless.com. Whether it's sports, concerts, or something else, Tickets for Less has you covered. If you have a question, call today, 402-398-1999. You'll never find better customer service because every seat holds a story. Find yours and use the promo code THEZONE at checkout at ticketsforless.com.
When I heard the words, "you have breast cancer," I said, I have no idea what I'm going to do. My OBGYN called me and said, I know exactly what we're going to do, which led me to Nebraska Cancer Specialists. From day one, I felt that I was at the right place. There were some pretty rough times, but together we are stronger and they are there for you. You do not feel that you are alone.
NebraskaCancer.com. To thank you for 40 unforgettable years, Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors, and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
To thank you for 40 unforgettable years, Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors, and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
How bad are your boys getting smacked now?
I don't know. The app stopped working.
Sad.
So yeah, let me go find some Padilla tweets.
I think the universe didn't
Padilla
want you to watch it.
tweets. Let's see.
Oh,
Central.
not great.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to beat up Happer.
Beat up?
Yeah, you heard me.
Wow.
I'm not in a good mood, guys. This is like when Dallas lost to the Packers.
Or like when Kennedy lost to Dallas.
Yeah, but Omaha North isn't known for being losers like the Cowboys are.
That's true. They've won state championships.
They have.
Did you hear what Nick just said?
No,
He just said Kennedy lost to Dallas.
Am I wrong?
He took that ultimate knee.
Yeah, that is true. Well, Nick Saban's
sitting
career
down.
took a knee.
Nice.
Very well. John, way to bring us back in.
I'm trying my best.
By the way, we did get one response real fast. It said, this list coupled with playoff expansion, this was Adam, has me pretty excited about college football. I think we're about to see more parity in college football. Will make for an awesome playoff.
Well, we hope so.
One school that might be a part of some of that parity?
We hope Alabama.
We're hoping that they fall off a little bit.
Chris Lowe of ESPN with an in-depth story on the 49 hours. Yes, that's what it was, friends. It was 49 hours from the nanosecond that Nick Saban walked into that team meeting that afternoon in January. Between that and the time that Kalen DeBoer was hired.
Yeah, and Chris Lowe mentions in the early part of the story that he told the team that he would have a new coach in place within 72 hours. I remember that anecdote coming out in January, and it was like, wow, they are moving fast. And to give some color on that, which I thought that this was a great piece of information, after the 2022 season, that was when Nick Saban informed Greg Byrne, I don't know how long I can go or how long I will go, and we have to start viewing this on a more, as he's described it, year-to-year basis.
So even though the actual decision, and it's true, Alabama, even Saban himself, was not 100% sure the day he walked into the facility. In fact, he had already engaged in regular team activities. He had interviewed, potential assistant coaches.
Mm-hmm.
Even though the actual moment of truth happened lickety-split, at least there was a few months going back to 2022 where it's just like, hey, prepare yourself.
Yeah.
And so at that point, Greg Byrne, started to put together his list.
Yeah, I'll read the full quote from Saban, and then what Lowe wrote. He says, I'm not ready to do it now, but we're going to have to start evaluating this more on a year-to-year basis. And then Lowe wrote, while hopeful Saban would keep coaching, Byrne knew deep down that the 72-year-old legend was giving him notice, so he quickly went to work. Byrne had his staff research the college head coaching hires over the past 25 years from the winningest 25 programs during that span. And so I know one of the criticisms have been of this hire that DeBoer only got it because he had taken Washington to the national championship game.
Mm-hmm.
And that if he hadn't done that he wouldn't have been the flavor of the week. And while, look, I cannot refute that exact opinion, going back to what we were just talking about in our previous segment, overall, this guy is 104-12. So even if you remove last year's that championship game, he still entered the year 111 overall. So how much did last year play a part? I'm sure that it did. Because the other guy that it sounds like they were down between was him and Mike Norvell of Florida State. So obviously their success, played a part in it. But, the guy had a lot of success, and Greg Byrne had some notice. This was not oh my gosh, we have to do this.
Right.
We have 72 hours. No, he had a plan.
And it sounded like Norvell and DeBoer were very high on his list. The thing that was rather interesting to me was all of the main candidates that either were interviewed or were highly speculated to be candidates all have the same agent.
Yeah.
Jimmy Sexton,
Congrats
who
to
is also Saban's agent.
Yes, he is.
So you want to talk about one-stop shopping. You had Norvell, DeBoer, Lane Kiffin, Steve Sarkisian, all with the same agent. It does make you wonder how it's like to deal with one person, knowing that he's representing all of these different interests.
Yeah,
and what if they all really wanted the job? How does he balance that?
Yeah, not to mention how much is Saban letting him in on his thought process, given that, is this like seeing a therapist where, I promise that there is confidentiality here and I'm not going to share it with anybody. There has to be, I guess, right?
There does, but it also seems appropriate that all of these guys got nice raises.
They did indeed.
As
They
a result
all
of
all
this.
did
And that's
indeed.
probably going to happen regardless of who their agent is.
Yeah, and I mean,
But
look at the
it
list of
does make
coaches.
It does make it rather convenient that these things can be turned around that quickly when they're all basically working under the same umbrella.
Yeah, all these coaches, I mean, it's the list of coaches that you would expect. They had all come off of good seasons, whether it's Dan Lanning up at Oregon, Mike Norvell at Florida State, Steve Sarkisian at Texas. Those guys all had great years. Some made the playoff. One thought that they should have made the playoff, and Oregon made it to the Pac-12 championship game in year 2 under Dan Lanning.
But the thing that caught my eye the most were some of the quotes from Saban himself. And I'll read from the story. The 27-20 overtime loss to Michigan in the CFP semifinal was a hard one for Saban to digest. Not only was Saban upset about the way his team played, he was especially disheartened about some of the things that happened afterwards in the Rose Bowl locker room and back on campus when he met with some of the players. Quote, I want to be clear that wasn't the reason, but some of those events certainly contributed, Saban said of his decision to retire. I was really disappointed in the way that the players acted after the game. You got to win with class. You got to lose with class. We had our opportunities to win the game, and we didn't do it. And then showing your ass and being frustrated and throwing helmets and doing that stuff, that's not who we are and what we've promoted in our program. So that's the first thing. He did not like how things were reacted to in the moment.
I wonder how that, I mean, just reading these quotes, it's obvious that alarmed him, I guess, that they did that. So it makes me think, how did they handle previous losses of this magnitude before? I mean, this program doesn't really have a whole lot of these types of losses.
No, they don't.
But it made me wonder how different it was because, I mean, essentially, and you're gonna read another quote, and I'm guessing I know where you're going, but it's almost a kids these days kind of quote. But like, they lost in the national championship game a couple of years ago. Like, the guy has been super, super successful. He is not Mac Brown, for example. Mac Brown last won his national championship in the 2005 season. Mac Brown, if he were to say, yeah, it's just I cannot reach the players now like I did back then, I would at least say that makes sense. That tracks because that's 19 years ago. Nick Saban won a championship 3 seasons ago. It hasn't been that long. So, like, I guess I'm a bit perplexed on what happened where this team maybe felt that they could, I don't know if get away with something is the right word that I'm looking for, or what exactly happened, especially when, and this shows up in the piece too, he was never prouder to have coached a team in terms of the growth from game 1 to the end of the year than he was this one.
Once back in Tuscaloosa, as Saban began meeting with players, it became even more apparent to him that his message wasn't resonating like it once did. Quote, I thought we could have a hell of a team next year, and then maybe 70 or 80% of the players you talk to, all they want to know is 2 things. What assurances do I have that I'm going to play because they're thinking about transferring, and how much are you going to pay me? Saban recounted. Our program here was always built on how much value we can create for your future and your personal development, academic success in graduating, and developing an NFL career on the field. So I'm saying to myself, maybe this doesn't work anymore, that the goals and aspirations are just different, and that it's all about how much money I can make as a college player. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that's never been what we're all about. And it's not why we've had success through the years. So Saban's basically saying the change of the landscape has led to the change of the attitude, which for a guy of 72 years old and has been doing it his way for a very long time was something very difficult to adjust to. And going back to, the reaction after the game, maybe there had been some of that reaction prior, but maybe how Saban was seeing it was in a light of confirmation bias.
100%.
Where
I thought the exact same thing. Like, are we sure that this was that different, or was it more, I do kind of want to leave, and this kind of gives me, a little cover to head out.
It gives me the out.
Yeah.
In which to do so. And I know there's going to be a lot of folks who will look at those quotes and say, well, you've been profiting off of this enterprise and profiting very handsomely for many, many years. Why shouldn't the players get their cut? And as Saban says, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that's never been what we're all about. And it's not why we've had success through the years. It is an admission on his part that in a world where the priorities are different or have become different in some or a lot of the young people he's trying to get through to, it's not something he either feels equipped to deal with or able to deal with.
Yeah, Doc texts in, and I think that there is a very good conversation to be had with what he says. He says, Alabama's been paying players for decades now. All of a sudden, when other teams can pay players too, it's too much for Nick because Alabama has competition. And you look at the Tide, and while on the face of things, their roster was the most talented in terms of the raw blue chip ratio metric that we have ever seen in the sport. I did not ever feel this year that I was watching an Alabama team that hovered above the rest of the sport talent-wise. And I have felt that way at other years where I was like, oh my gosh, how do you compete with this? He had a lot of success in the old model where stuff was under the table. And if we're going to pretend that that wasn't happening in Alabama, we'd be kidding ourselves. He was very good. He was the best at it. And while he was still very good in the new model, he wasn't as good. In Alabama, because there's that part of the quote that you read earlier, where here it's about preparing you for the future. That's what it was always about there, where it's you come here and yeah, you'll get some money under the table. But what you're really getting from Alabama is preparation for the NFL. You come here, I know how to get you to the league. You come here and you're good, you're going to get drafted. You come here, you're going to win a national championship. He could say that to every single senior class that he ever had from day one until they graduated. Nobody else could say that, but things were a little bit different by the end.
Though, I mean, the email that you read, or the comment that you read,
the text from Doc,
it implies that Alabama was the only one doing it. Everyone was doing it.
Correct. I think they were just doing it in a different way. You know, I guess let me take it this way. Let me theorize this way. Now that everything is above board, now players do feel like they can ask for more money. Whereas in the old days, you couldn't. You could want it, but it's hard to go to the coach and say, I want it.
Yeah, but I think it's more about the ability to play. It's more about the transfer portal than it is about NIL. I think is where Saban's coming from. I mean, yes, the how much are you going to pay me? It's now easier, yes, to ask for the money because you know everyone's giving it out and it's now legal than it was in the old days. But the ability to transfer and to do so without penalty has made this much easier to do, because then you feel more emboldened to ask for money because you know if you don't get it, your ability to carry through on your threat to leave is easier because you don't have to sit out a year. So it's the combination of the two, but the unlimited, unbridled free agency is probably the bigger, for lack of a better term, devil in this conversation, because when you don't have to sit out, when you don't have to ask for permission, when you don't have to be bound by anything, you can just pick up and leave at the drop of a hat.
Let me read two more texts, and I want to ask a question that I realize I haven't asked about all this before. So David, first of all, says, I was laughing when we hear coaches say, I'm not exactly saying it's bad or it's wrong, when they clearly, that is exactly what they are thinking. And I certainly thought that was Saban. Another one, this is Adam, and I want to take a question from this. He says, Saban's quotes are the same reason why Jay Wright stepped away, Urban Meyer didn't want to come back, and why Harbaugh went to the NFL. NIL and the transfer portal are pushing legendary coaches out at record speed. All right, so let me ask this question. Should we care? Like, ultimately, the guy...
I think we should. I mean,
he's
should.
72.
Well, yes.
He is not... This is not John Madden, and it's funny because we're people, freaking out about a 42-year-old retiring. Some people just want to get out. Why should I care? Because let me turn it back and look inward at our industry for just a moment. Because sometimes you will hear people in our industry, I mean, we certainly do it at times. We try to have fun with it, but say, I don't know if I would tell you, a young college student, to become a journalist in 2024. And it's like, well, why? And it's like, well, the job might be fun and you might have really cool experiences, but maybe the pay isn't going to be there. Do we need to take a step back and talking about that we are losing journalists at record speed, that we are scaring away people at record speed? And maybe we should. Coaches, it's kind of it's the inverse. The work-life balance is insane, but the salary is there. And so I don't want to just say, I don't really care, Nick Saban. I mean, about him, I mean, he's in his 70s. This is something different than, a 50-year-old coach. If Dan Lanning left college football tomorrow, I would say, holy crap, that's pretty crazy. But they're making so much money. I just don't know why every time one of these guys leaves, we're like, oh, this is such a problem for the sport.
Well,
there are other problems that I care about way more than Nick Saban retiring.
There are, but I think we're not talking about a problem. We're talking about a symptom. And listen, we can agree that the college athletes getting a share is the right thing. But the fact that it's happening with zero regulation, with no rules, that is a problem. And people can mock it all they want. Oh, talking about guardrails again. No, you have to have rules.
Well, no, are you saying rules about the pay, or are you saying rules about the ability to move? Because those are two different conversations.
Both of them. Both. You need rules on both. Right now, there are no rules on NIL.
You think there should be rules on how much they could? You think you want to cap them?
At some point, that's going to have to happen because it's happened in every professional sport.
In America.
Yes.
In America.
Well, that's the country we're living
in. No,
in.
I'm just saying, but why does it have to happen in this one? Why do you have to have a cap? The coaches aren't capped. I just don't understand why the workers always are the ones that have to be capped in this. I would say what's the reason behind that?
Well, it's more about competitive balance than anything else.
Yeah, college football's loved that for the
well, and eventually, and that's going to be the price to pay for those who want your super leagues. That's what's going to happen.
Well, Macy Janet says that nobody has a cap on endorsements. They don't.
No, they don't have a cap on endorsements. So we're not really talking about NIL here. But remember, NIL is being used as pay for play.
100%.
What I'm really talking about is when and if that day comes where they actually are declared employees. Then you can start looking at caps. But the bottom line is there's no rules on NIL right now, and there's virtually no rules on transferring. And there's got to be something in there that makes it make sense. And right now you don't have any of that. And those are the problems. The coaches leaving, that's a symptom and a reaction to the problem. Part of it. Yeah, there's going to be coaches, the Matt Rules of the world are going to stick it out, and others will stick it out.
Because I guess what I would say is this. Every generation, a previous generation ages out and they don't like it anymore.
Sure.
I mean, watch an episode of Mad Men. The older characters on Mad Men are bitching about the current era of society. That's life. Like, I know at some point I'm going to be at an age where I'm like, kids these days don't know what they have. They don't appreciate it enough. But you know what? Tough luck. I'm not the kid anymore. And it's not my generation that's running things. Like, I do genuinely feel that way. I'm not going to feel bad for Saban. The guy's had an incredible career. I'm not going to feel bad for Jay Wright.
I don't think people are feeling bad for them.
I do.
No.
I think there are a lot of people that feel bad.
You know what they feel bad about? Because remember, in college sports, the coach is the figurehead. The whole front, porch of the university is the athletic department. The guy who answers the door is the BMOC. Who's that? In Alabama, it used to be Nick Saban.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's going to be Kalen DeBoer. it's us, it's fans who like that continuity and like watching these legends and like having that stabilization. That's who's really affected. I mean, Saban's fine. They're all going to be fine. Harbaugh's going to be fine because they're all still doing what they want to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't even know if it's so much feeling for the coaches for realizing they don't want to do it anymore. I think it's more feeling sorry for themselves or ourselves, that continuity of having, hey, I know when I watch a Michigan State basketball game, I got Tom Izzo. I know when I'm watching, or used to watch Alabama football, I've got Nick Saban. And now you don't have that. I think it's more from that standpoint, not feeling bad for the coaches.
Adam texts in. He says, I don't feel bad for Saban. I'm just concerned at the direction in which college athletics are going. And look, I'm going to get in line with you there. I'm just not going to use this as part of my reasoning for why I'm concerned at the direction college athletics are going. That is where we need to go higher up on the food chain. But I know that there's just so many conversations that we're all kind of having at the exact same time right now. But that I feel like those are the bigger issues. Everything else is a symptom of what is happening at the top, of conference realignment, of chasing dollars, of trying to kick schools out or push them down, or expanding basketball tournaments that don't need expanding. Those are the bigger issues. And the more that we end up talking about NIL and the transfer portal, the more that I think the people at the top win, because then we're not focused on them, even if it's for 5 minutes at a time.
Well, guess what? Speaking of NIL, that's not so much the transfer portal. Some big news yesterday. And one big shoes. And one avenue where I think this would be, if it were to happen.
Is it Electric Avenue?
NIL run amok, and it's not something we want.
Okay. I'm color me intrigued.
Coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
Andy Reid was talking in one of his interviews about how Taylor Swift made the team homemade Pop-Tarts.
What if she releases it in a song?
It's just called Pop-Tart.
1/4 cup of sugar. Almond extract brings out the flavor.
$4.50, 20 minutes.
Put a toothpick in it, put a toothpick in it. If it comes out clean, it's yours.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Skies become partly cloudy tonight. Look for a low temperature into the upper 30s. Mostly cloudy on Thursday, still mild. Highs will reach the upper 50s. There is a chance of rain later in the afternoon. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Rainby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, currently no wrecks to avoid this afternoon. We are getting reports of delays if you're west on L Street, slow going from 84th to 96th. If you're east on Industrial Road, delays between 156th and 144th. A slight delay on northbound 204th at Center. And then if you're east on Dodge, delays between 680 and 90th. And if you're west on Dodge, delays between 680 and 114th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
So with Saul's Jewelry and Loan dealing with designer bags, what is another option that our clients have if they don't want to actually sell their item?
If you're looking to borrow some money, you don't necessarily want to get rid of it. We can hold on to it for safekeeping until you're ready to come pick it back up.
Creighton Sports Update.
Creighton Baseball hosts Portland this weekend for a series matchup at Charles Schwab Field, Omaha. Friday's game begins at 6 p.m., followed by Saturday at 2 p.m., and the final on Sunday at noon. The first 100 fans to each game will receive a 2024 opening weekend t-shirt. For more information, to purchase tickets, or to follow along all things Creighton, visit gocreighton.com. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber, from the company with America's fastest download speeds. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data. Fixed median download speeds. US Q3 2023. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska-brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
It kind of jacks me up.
On 1620, The Zone.
Any updates from your game?
I have no
idea. We've been trying to watch the Omaha North Central game. Thank you, Mike Patterson, Omaha.com. Central 41, North 35. 4 minutes left, third quarter.
Let's go, Vikings. Excuse me.
Quarter.
And in the interest of fairness,
quarter. Thank you, Nick.
Let's go Eagles.
This is unreal.
You know what's unreal? There is one non-Omaha Metro team in the Class A tournament. One.
Yeah, well, tell the rest of the state to
step it up.
Yeah, seriously.
Back in my day when I was doing the state tournament, the Omaha teams were the teams that everyone kicked the ass of.
Yeah, well, those days are over.
Lincoln used to be good.
Nick Saban doesn't coach anymore, and Lincoln schools suck now. This is life.
We got to do something here, Greater Nebraska.
This is a great life. I love when Omaha is superior to the rest of the state because it allows me to remind the rest of the state that we're superior to them. And then they get really mad. They're like, yeah, but we're good at wrestling. Cool. Congrats. Roll around some more in your tights.
We have a river.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
There's a river that literally bisects this state.
Yeah, but
there are other rivers.
Yeah, but we have the best river, John.
I thought you were Iowa.
I would.
Iowa shares that river.
Of all the things I would brag about Omaha, the Missouri River would not be one.
My river is bigger than your river.
It's pretty stanky and it's not great.
It is gross.
I would much rather be in the Platte River or the Niobrara than the old mighty muddy Mo. Just saying. There are other things we could brag about Omaha.
No, where's the Platts?
The fact that our traffic lights are better timed than Lincoln's.
Are they?
Andy, going back real quick before
definitely more good restaurants, steak restaurants.
Before we get to NIL today, Andy writes, who pays for the surgeries these kids have when they get hurt, the rehab and all that? Do the taxpayers pay for them? So for instance, what's the difference between a biology student who got ill? No, Andy, you do not pay for Adrian Martinez's torn ACL if he gets hurt in a football game.
Well, he's also not a student.
Athletic department. Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
They are self-funded. So you don't.
Well, Nebraska's is.
Yes, but
there's some places where it's not.
Yeah,
but
sure.
Yeah, here in Nebraska's athletic department, they've been able to brag for many, many years that they don't take student fees and they don't take.
Yeah, so I'm confused what the angle was there. Stop paying for Adrian Martinez's torn ACL. Oh, it's a 3-point game now, John. Let's go.
Well, we've got more important things to do, like
I don't know what happened to it.
Yeah.
It's a great shirt.
Did you leave it at some woman's house, Nick, when you called her a broad? That's a callback to the crossover. I don't call women broad.
I also don't. That's problematic.
John?
The Dartmouth men's basketball team voted 13-2 to unionize. We told you about this a couple weeks ago. There was a ruling by the National Labor Relations Board district there in the Northeast that opened the door for Dartmouth men's basketball to vote on whether or not they can join a union. By that 13-2 vote, they elected to join the Service Employees International Union Local 560 on Tuesday. Now, this does not mean that they are now a union. There are still other steps to go, but this was an important first step. The interesting thing about it is Dartmouth is an Ivy League school.
Mm-hmm.
You know what they don't have in the Ivy League?
Scholarships.
Yes.
Yeah, and I've been wondering about that whole thing. It's quite the rub for this topic. So what does that mean then, John? I know what Dartmouth says. They say, like, we don't believe in this, essentially is what they said.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's the Cliff's Notes version of what they said.
Trying to find his name again.
Bob, Tim, Jim,
Bob. No,
Steve.
It's definitely not Bob. Ramogi Huma. We've quoted him before. Ramogi Huma, who is a longtime college athletes union rights advocate, said it's definitely a milestone that's been reached, one we believe should have been reached long ago. He said, I think it's years away from being settled, but it's going in the right direction. He said he had no involvement with the Dartmouth basketball vote. His group has filed a separate complaint with the National Labor Relations Board against Southern California, asking that the school's football and basketball players there be deemed employees. Quote, the case that we have at USC is stronger because the athletes there get full scholarships. So the fact that the athletes at Dartmouth that don't get scholarships were deemed to be employees, I think it provides strength to our arguments at USC. Keep in mind that the NLRB, the National Labor Relations Board, only has jurisdiction over private employers.
Which is why Northwestern was involved in this situation.
Yes. For example,
a decade ago.
You could, Creighton is a private school. UNL
is
or
not.
UNO are not.
Yeah.
So that's where there's a little bit of fuzziness. Doesn't mean that those students maybe someday couldn't unionize or couldn't organize, but they wouldn't do so under the auspices of the NLRB because that's only for private companies.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, a private university. Dartmouth put out a statement. For decades, Dartmouth has been proud to build productive relationships with the 5 unions that are currently part of our campus community. We always negotiate in good faith and have deep respect for our 1,500 union colleagues, including the members of Local 560, which is the union that the basketball players voted to join. In this isolated circumstance, however, the students on the men's basketball team are not in any way employed by Dartmouth. For Ivy League students who are varsity athletes, academics are of primary importance, and athletic pursuit is part of the educational experience. Classifying these students as employees simply because they play basketball is as unprecedented as it is inaccurate. We therefore do not believe unionization is appropriate.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know what's next then. I'm not even going to pretend to imagine what's next.
No, but I mean, it is a step, certainly.
Mm-hmm.
And if Mr. Huma is right, maybe the USC case will have more legs.
Yeah.
Because that's
they're getting scholarships.
That's when things get real.
Yeah, that 100%. Yeah. I mean, no offense to Dartmouth. They are going to go pro in something other than sports.
Yeah, they're certainly not going to go pro in
degree.
Basketball because they've had no winning seasons in the last 25 years.
100%. They stink. So
now,
I'm told.
Staying with the NIL component in the NIL today, because that's why we call it that. I was not aware of this, but according to John Oran.
Now Puck.
Which I've never heard of.
Oh, really?
Yeah, what's Puck?
It's like about hockey?
No, they cover all sorts of stuff. It's like it's a subscription-based website.
That's like saying you have a website Touchdown and you don't cover just football.
It's a media company.
There are touchdowns in basketball, aren't there?
They cover. No,
there's no.
According to their
that's the crossover.
Their coverage aims to cover the 4 centers of power in the U.S.: Silicon Valley, Hollywood, Washington, and Wall Street, and now sports.
I think you could have come up with a better name. Just saying.
I like Puck. Anyway,
John Oran reported
Oh, it's a reference to a character in William Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream.
Cool. We're getting off subject.
Sorry.
Caitlin Clark, of course.
My goat, your goat.
Who is going to make a lot of money playing women's professional basketball and still
But not
making
as
a lot
much
of
money as she would have if she stayed in college, right?
Did you know he reported that Fox Sports, the network who basically has the rights to all of her games because she's of the Big Ten and they are of the Big Ten, considered putting together an NIL package to convince Clark to stay in college?
That seems illegal.
That's gross.
Is it gross?
It's a little gross.
Why is it gross?
Because
Nick, you don't think that she deserves to make money?
No, I think it feels self-serving. Like they don't actually care about her.
Absolutely is
They
self-serving.
care more about what
So-
she can do for them than her growth.
Well-
That's the gross part.
I don't know if you have to add the qualifier to it.
I don't know
if you have to.
I think it's gross for a different reason, and it's more on the Fox end of things, because is this what we want? Do we want the networks themselves paying the star athletes to perform on their net? I mean, that would seem to open up a huge Pandora.
Let me now. I'm playing devil's advocate to a degree right
Sure.
here, but let me just say this: do the networks not ultimately or mainly fund the salaries of Patrick Mahomes, Dak Prescott, and
but they're
others?
they're not paying them.
So there's a middleman in there, but they're still getting the money mainly because of
But they're
TV,
getting the money because they're employees of the Kansas City Chiefs,
who are broadcast by CBS, Fox, NBC, etc.
Yeah, but this is the network directly.
No, again, I know I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm just saying the money all they're all pipes. In the end, they're all
Sure.
pipes.
But you see, this again outlines the entire absurdity of this entire enterprise. The fact that we have this thing called NIL, which really isn't NIL, it's really pay for play, and that these schools are using third parties, aka boosters, to pay the salaries of the people that work for them. I'm using air quotes again. It's the whole ridiculous. If we were doing this right from the beginning,
Iowa would pay her.
Bingo.
Yeah, 100%.
Exactly.
Not going to disagree with that.
Exactly.
I think, honestly, that's some incredible gumption from Fox to put that together. We've been talking for years now about bowl games. Like, everyone doesn't like now that bowl games don't have any of the good players playing in them. And one of the main theories or opinions thrown out there is, why don't the bowl games just pay players? Certainly an expanded playoff. Hey, the players need to get a cut. They're going to put their bodies on the line for more football games. This, like we said, though, I mean, it does cut out the middleman. We know sports are valuable because of television, not because of fans in the stands anymore. It's because of TV. This is something we have heretofore never seen in our times. And I'm not going to say we'll never see again. We will see this. At some point, there will be a superstar that one of these networks is like, let's see if we can get them to stay.
But this is the part that makes it really, and to use Nick's vernacular, gross. What if ESPN did this? Said, hey, Caitlin, we'll pay you.
And transferred?
And you transfer to an SEC school.
Go to LSU.
So that we can televise your game.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's where your analogy using Mahomes in the NFL, that's where it breaks off, because ESPN is not manufacturing trades so that Mahomes can show up more on their network.
Aaron Rodgers isn't on the Jets right now because CBS wanted more good Jets games.
Bingo. And therein lies the problem.
Now, Adam disagrees a little bit with what you said. He says Fox Sports putting together an NIL package for Caitlin Clark is actually what NIL was intended for. It's an arm's length transaction where Fox is clearly paying Clark her true value. It's not some collective pay for play sham that everyone else does. I'd argue this is actually what NIL was intended for.
But they're using it as a bribe. It's a bribe.
How is
It's
it
more
a
or less
bribe, Nick? Okay, so what is money then from any, car company that wants you to do advertising for them? What's the difference?
I think the difference is because
if she doesn't transfer, assuming she stayed
that's
in Iowa.
that's
but I know,
big
but
if.
let's just take it at face value. What's the difference between a car company or maybe a casino in Las Vegas wanting you to say good things about them? What's the difference?
Because this would affect her moving on and doing what she wants to do.
Nick, she is the person who can make the decision, though. If she says, sure, I'll take this money to stay at Iowa, she's not being forced to stay. She's getting paid.
Right, but with that kind of money, it's more or less forcing
So
her
you don't
hand.
think any college player should stay in college if they have, I guess, used up their value, even if they could get $15 million to, what if Caleb Williams, for example, people came together and like, Caleb, we're going to give you $20 million to stay one more year here. You would say that's gross?
I think if they're ready to move on to the next level, they should be able to move on to the next level without people.
But she can. She can.
She can if she
and
wants
she is.
to. But see, to me, the issue that I have here is it would be the networks potentially manipulating how the sports are competed. And that's the difference between this world and and what we'll call the private sector or the non-sports world. Again, this story gets a lot more seedy if it's ESPN jumping in. And I'm not saying that because it's a Fox versus ESPN thing.
John, do it the other way of Angel Reese. If Fox reaches out to her and says, come to Nebraska.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're not trying to pick on ESPN. You're just trying to show the fallacy of networks.
What if ESPN came at Ryan Kalkbrenner and said, hey, man, we want you to stay another year,
buddy.
But you
come
need
to North Carolina.
Come transfer to one of the schools in our network.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's where the problem is to me, because looking at it from a competitive level, allowing the networks to potentially manipulate the quality of teams and where players play, that is antithetical to everything we have ever believed in terms of big time sports.
Yeah, that's really weird.
That's the big issue here. It's not that they're jumping in to say, hey, stick around for another year, because it would be her decision. It's not like she would be jeopardizing anything. She'd be making money, and it's a bit to her, it's a business transaction. The problem I have is from the media side of it, basically manipulating who plays where and for how long.
My problem, I guess, was just the manipulation side on the other end, because if a player feels like they're ready to move up to the next level,
well, then she could have made that
But then
choice.
somebody comes along. But what?
Nick, this has happened, though. This is already happening. Players are staying in college for more money because they're going to make more because they don't think they're ready.
Because their pro prospects aren't as lucrative at this point.
Yeah.
It feels a little too manipulative.
Go Big 20 on Twitch writes, allowing TV networks to be a part of the NIL world allows for so much collusion and is very scary with the power / money power.
Exactly.
Again, I was playing devil's advocate.
Yeah. What if ESPN had gone to Dylan Raiola and said, whoa.
Yeah. What if the Herb Street thing happened actually, but from the weirder,
yes.
seedier
What if
perspective?
ESPN had come along and say, Dylan, go to Georgia because we want to televise your games. Don't go to Nebraska where they're on Fox. You want to come over here.
Or if Josh would have did that because of the Grumball.
Yes, to keep the sanctity correct.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. Like, what if I went to the NCAA tournament selection committee and said, hey, look, this Grumball is still undefeated, but it's about to die unless you keep Nebraska out of the tournament, and then I'll still be correct. What can you do, people that are not Bruce Rasmussen but are similar to him? What do you think they'd say to me?
They would laugh in your face.
Think anybody on the selection committee has ever gotten bribed? Has there ever been an attempted bribe?
I'm sure there's been attempted bribes.
I want to read that story.
Nothing in this world would ever shock me.
That sounds
so
fun.
I will say I would not be surprised.
Jeremy says, does Nick think Caitlin wasn't ready for the WNBA last year?
No. I think that a player knows when they're ready to move up, and if they're ready to move up, I feel like they shouldn't have the pressures or the stresses of other people just trying to dump money on
Nick,
them.
that happens though.
I know.
So you don't think that people like?
How about this? I don't like that it happens. Is that better? I don't like that it happens.
I just disagree.
It feels too manipulative.
But again, they have the
like
agency.
if somebody's just throwing money at you, though, money blinds people. Is what I'm
Nick,
saying.
couldn't you say the same thing about? I know we got to go to break, but someone just having a job. If you're ready, let's pretend that some, radio station in Denver is like, we want you to come be our program director. But then our boss is like, no, Nick, we'll actually pay you double what they are offering you to keep you. But you're going to have the same job. So you're not going to get to live out your dreams, but you'll make a whole lot more money. You feel like that's manipulation, or is it just them trying to keep you?
Yeah, that's a fair angle.
That's how I'd view it. Travis says, Nick here for fewer options. Wow, Nick.
That's what I'm here
Women
for.
with fewer options
Oh,
in life.
no.
Man.
Sounds like a real communist to me. All right. Coach Jim Flannery to join us here in just a few minutes. We'll get another update and see if Josh's team is gone by the wayside on 1620 The Zone.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620 The Zone.
It's Champion's replacement window season, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. If your windows are drafty, difficult to operate, or costing you money on your energy bill, it's time to replace them. Champion Windows is here to help. Champion builds our own windows right here in the USA. We make the process easy. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding, now 30% off. Don't wait, this sale won't last long. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 30% off sunrooms and siding. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
Trees. Are they all the same? Not at Lanahaw. Grown from a quality seed source, handcrafted in our local farms for generations, and acclimated to our tough Midwestern climate, Lanahaw's trees are different. Simply put, they're better. Much like our trees, we take great pride in being homegrown. Visit our garden center to find your next tree today. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
You know what Mentality can help you with? Low energy, motivation, weight gain, muscle loss, fatigue, tired all the time, feeling anxious, moody, irritability, impatience, anxiety, and depression. Mentality can help you with their board-certified physicians and their testosterone treatments that can take care of you and get you back in the game. You can regain normal function and restore your ability to perform normally at all levels just by Mentality. Set up an appointment today. Go to lowtusa.com. Get back in the game. Don't sit on the sidelines and let Mentality lead the way.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Are you a delivery driver looking for a better job opportunity? Host Coffee is a local family-owned coffee, water, and vending company that has been in business since 1972. We are growing, and we now have openings for delivery drivers and other positions starting at $22 an hour with full benefits. If you're interested, visit hostcoffee.net/careers to connect with us.
Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
When it comes to concrete repair, Everlevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ziprecruiter.com/radio. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio. ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Omaha fans, are you ready to score tickets to your favorite events hassle-free? Yes. Shop local tickets for less, located right here in Omaha, 145th and West Center Road. No hidden fees, just transparent pricing. And when you use the promo code THEZONE at checkout, you'll save big at ticketsforless.com. Whether it's sports, concerts, or something else, Tickets for Less has you covered. If you have a question, call today, 402-398-1999. You'll never find better customer service because every seat holds a story. Find yours and use the promo code THEZONE at checkout at ticketsforless.com.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
1620, The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like we're seeing some slow going on westbound I-80 between 42nd and 60th. Delays on eastbound L Street from I-80 to 96th. Delays on Blair High Road for both directions around 680. And then if you're east on Dodge, slow going from 680 to 90th. And if you're west on Dodge, delays from 680 to 120th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Pyramid Roofing.
If you've seen the white trucks with Rufus, the spotted dog, then you know about Pyramid Roofing. Spring's almost here. Replace your siding, windows, roof, or gutters. Call Pyramid Roofing at 402-502-9300 or visit
PyramidRoof.com. Never settle for less.
Hi, this is Stacey McElligott, Director of Sales for NRG Media Omaha. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished bilingual new business development salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to the next level. Is this you? Our multimedia account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG Media lets you make a real difference in our community. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Well, at last check, Omaha North was down 5 with 4 minutes to go. Now that was 4 minutes ago. I'm waiting on Padilla to give me another update here. Where's my live stats?
I know. We need the update.
Ever since your little login thing failed,
yeah, it's not
we've been left in the dark.
Yeah, it hasn't been good today.
On this Class A quarterfinal game. Josh is going to be nervous throughout this entire interview. Yeah. Not because his team is losing, but because he has to deal with Coach Flannery again. Occasionally, things can get a little rough.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, with Josh and his questioning.
Yeah, always.
Jim Flannery of the Creighton women's basketball team getting ready to head east for the Big East Conference tournament. Coach Flan, how are you doing today?
Doing great, gentlemen. I'm actually headed down to the quarterfinals to watch what you're talking about. We're going to watch a little, I got a couple 8th graders in the back of my car. We're going to watch some high school basketball tonight.
Nice.
So west, John.
Do you have a rooting interest?
Well, we're in the Millard North District, so
okay.
I don't have a Millard Norther yet, but yeah, just looking to see some good hoops.
Hey, yeah, I mean, this is a basketball junkie. I mean, a former player, longtime coach, man of Creighton, and man of team that is just having another tremendous season behind this great senior core. I'm curious, Coach, did last week and the senior day hit just a little different than most?
Yes and no, because we're not really sure what the status of our 16 years is. So that COVID thing makes everything just a little bit murkier. And but yeah, this has been a special group. I mean, they've accomplished some things and really achieved at a high level, and just proud of them. And the fact that they've stuck together and all 6 of them are still here, I think. Although Lauren Jensen was a year at Iowa, but she's been here 3 years now. But pretty unusual to have a group that large that they all stay and they all contribute in the ways that these guys have.
Coach, I wonder how you would describe the shorthand that can come with having a group like this together as long as they have been together. What has that been like for you this year?
Yeah, well, it means that you can get in and out of stuff in practice quicker, and they're really good with the younger players because there's enough of them to say, hey, this is what this drill needs to look like, and this is, if we're running through out of bounds plays, they can walk them through it. And so there's just a lot of things that you take for granted, I think, because there's so much, player leadership, and the player voice is so different. And, I can ask Morgan Molly, I can say, what post-up play do you want me to run for you? I mean, I've done that here recently a little bit more. Where do you want the ball? And, you don't get to do that with younger teams. You tell them where to go, and there's not a lot of back and forth. But with an older team, you say, what do you want, Emma? What ball screen coverage do you guys like here? And they don't always do what you tell them to do anyway. So, especially when they get older, they sometimes think they have the answers. But I don't know. It's been really enjoyable.
Coach Jim Flannery, Creighton women's basketball coach. The Jays will open up play in the Big East tournament out at the Mohegan Sun in Connecticut on Saturday. They're awaiting the winner of the 7-10 game, which is Seton Hall. And Paul, you'll be able to hear coverage of the tournament this weekend on 1180 The Zone, starting at 6 o'clock on Saturday. On that point you just made, Flan, with a group like this, could you almost define your role as more refining versus coaching?
Yeah, you're cleaning things up, and like you said, there's just some things maybe that the average person doesn't see. Like today I told Emma, like you're out of bounds defense. You're coming over the top a couple, once a game, and it costs us a basket every other game. And it's a really small thing, but Emma's such a great player, and but she has maybe one or two quirks that she gets baited into here and there. And same thing, with Lauren. I told her one thing that maybe the average fan or person in watching the game doesn't see. But so I think you're doing a lot of that. And then, rotation things. I mean, we're going to get Keani Lockett back this weekend, which I think will help us. But she's also been out 6 or 7 weeks. So, what do her minutes need to look like? The same things that Mac is doing, with playing Jason Green and Isaac and figuring out how to use them a little bit more, a little bit differently. Those are the things that, when you've got this much experience, what do those younger players' roles look like? And how do we keep them confident so that they're maybe one game they don't get to play as much, but that they're ready to go the next game?
Flan, in terms of wins and losses, this is the most successful regular season that you've ever had. I think back to October 30th, that exhibition game. I was on the call for that one. If I would have told you that night after that game, like, hey, 23-4, that's what we're looking at in the regular season, what would your reaction have been? Would that have surprised you that they would have had this much success?
I think I'd have been pretty happy, but not necessarily surprised. Interestingly, you guys, we've lost one game each month. We lost one in November, one in December, one in January, and one in February. So we've been consistent that way. And but I like the fact, we did win 11 in a row, but losses are good too, from the standpoint that they do, like John just said, they kind of sharpen you, and you start, even as a coach, you start to take a thing or two for granted once in a while when you're getting away with it, win. And then when you lose, you kind of have to look we maybe let this slide a little bit. And so I think that's even just a pattern of when, winning enough, but then losing here and there to be able to say, okay, we can't mask this any longer. We got to go back and address this.
Jim Flannery, head basketball coach at Creighton, the women's team, getting ready for the postseason this weekend. Have you ever had a time in your life as a head coach, as an assistant, heck, as a player, where you could run out the same starting five every night?
Incredible.
I looked back. I went back about 12 years, couldn't find an example. And I know, obviously, when you got players like this, and I on Josh's head, knock on. Being able to roll out the same 5 starters is a blessing we don't get to see very often.
Yeah, I mean, we've been fortunate. I mean, I think that, the 3 things that you say are going to determine your success, I mean, in their broad categories, are talent, experience, and health. And we've certainly got the experience, and we've had the health, and our talent's pretty high. I mean, we don't have 6'5", and we don't have, guards that are incredibly quick, but our skill level is pretty high. But the health thing has been huge for us, especially with our core players. We've had, we just talked about Keani not being healthy, and, Kennedy Townsend missed a game or 2, but I think with that senior group, to be able to start them every single game is it's a health thing, but it's also a testament to how consistent they've been, that we really haven't been like, okay, we need to figure out maybe how to bring somebody off the bench because we're not getting enough pop off the bench, or we need to, I don't like the way that lineup is producing, even though we're finding ways to win. So I think it's a testament to the consistency of that group too, and their ability to make subtle changes here and there as well.
Flan, speaking of that consistency, I know that at various points throughout the year when we would talk ahead of games, we'd talk about Emma Ronsick and her efficiency numbers across the board, pretty much up year over year, best numbers of her career. And one of the things that I know stood out to us on the call, and that you mentioned it as well, was that she had a bit of a different mindset this year versus previous years, maybe after games where she struggled. She came on the podcast at some point over the last couple of months and said something along those lines as well. How was that able to happen with her? Because she's obviously had that top shelf talent for so long, but to see it come out more consistency has been a real treat.
Yeah, I think just, she had a really good year last year, but in her mind, it wasn't as good as she wanted it to be because she's a perfectionist, and like a lot of our players are. And I think she just quicker than I have, because it does affect me. And I'm just really pleased that she's kind of had that mindset. And I think she's played. I've told people I think she's played from a place of joy on a different level maybe than ever. And I think once you see that you're playing better from that place, you just reinvest in that. And I think that's been really neat, because as good a player as she's been through the first 3 years of her career, this has been her best season. And, that's how you'd want her to be this year.
Creighton women's head coach Jim Flannery joining us. Blue Jays take on either DePaul or Seton Hall Saturday night, 6:00 over on our sister station, 1180. 2 years ago, of course, it was the Elite Eight run, and it showed what was possible. Do you think the development of this group could have been the same without that run?
Yeah, that's a great question. And my initial response is no, I don't think. I think there's I did an interview the other day, and I said, I think we've had a perfect world in terms of setting it up for this year, because we had a lot of motivation coming off the disappointment of a one and done last year. And, you just, after you get through that disappointment, you say, look, use it as fuel in the off season, and, just be open to improvement. But on the other hand, I don't think if we hadn't had that run 2 years ago, I don't know that the belief would be as high as it has been for this group. I just think you have a different sense of belief when you run, through 3 games in the NCAA tournament, and you put yourself among the, potentially, 8 best teams in the country. And I'm sure the men would maybe say the same thing. When you do that, you just have higher expectations and a greater belief in each other too. I think that's the thing I love about and appreciate about our group, is I do think they really trust each other, and they know that there's a commitment there that they have to each other. And I think a lot of that, like you said, goes back to that Elite Eight run.
Hey, Flan, an offshoot of that question. the amount of pride that you've taken in the ability to keep this core group of players for this long. I mean, especially in this era of college athletics. John and I have had a couple different conversations today about stuff that's going on based off of a few stories. I know Rob Sims and we had a kind of an off-the-record conversation with the coach that was on the other side of one of your games where, I mean, a large portion of it was about the current state of college basketball. This group has been together for quite some time. What is that level of pride like for you?
Yeah, it's pretty high, Josh, because I think it is rare, and we try to do our homework on the front end and recruit players that are going to be here for the right reasons, and we don't hit 100% on that, but I do think we want people who are about the team, and then I think my staff does a great job. I think I'm old, and it's harder for me to get through to 18 to 22-year-olds on an everyday basis the way, I mean, I have my role, but I just think they do a great job of being mentors to our players and helping them lead them through the bad times and sharing their perspective of what a college experience should look like and can look like. And then I just say the other part is, like, when you always have seniors in the locker room who were in the same locker room as freshmen, they understand what those freshmen and even sophomores are going through. And I just think that's super powerful. You might have seniors in your locker room, but if they didn't come from this program, then I think it's just different. And I think because every freshman and every younger player is going to have struggles, they're going to feel like they don't belong. And I just think that a big piece of our success has been that when you don't lose players, it makes it easier to keep players because you just always have leadership that's been in the program. And we're super proud of this group. And like I said, I think a big piece of it is my staff just helps them navigate the day-to-day bumps that you're going to have as a college student athlete.
So how do you set up, Flan, for this tournament? You're in a great position. You're the 2 seed. You know that you got the first game off, and you haven't had a chance to go the distance. You've been very close. How are you looking at the prep for this one this year, knowing that, hey, there's still a trophy and a banner we can hang after this?
Yeah, and I think, I think we want to get to Monday night because you're right, we haven't been there. We've been close in the semis, but we haven't made it to Monday night. So that's the goal. And I honestly, like, I'm so thrilled that we're playing the 7 p.m. game instead of the 9:30 p.m. game on that first night, because we've played the 9:30 p.m. game 3 years in a row, and it's a tough turn. And then the second day you play at 5 o'clock. So, you think about it, you don't get off the court till 11:30, 11:40. You don't get back to your room until close to 1 o'clock, and then you got to turn around and play at 5 the next day. I think I'm just excited. I think it's a huge advantage to play the earlier game in the night session. And it's going to be, I don't know. I feel like we have more ways to win this year with as veteran a group as we are. We're not, we're not as dependent on 1 or 2 or 3 players. And I think that helps you in a conference tournament, because it's certainly not going to be the case that everybody shoots it great, the first 2 nights. So in order to get to Monday night, you're going to have that balance, and you're going to have to, maybe fight through a night where you don't shoot it as well. So I'm excited. I know our players are, and I think our belief is pretty high. We've won 14 of 15, and, I just know we not to look ahead, but we'd like one more crack at UConn.
Now I know
if they get there.
Yes. I know you probably like the fact you played the earlier game, but playing in the late game last year did give me and the guys on the bus a big
some
thrill.
entertainment. Yeah.
When Morgan and Emma hit those threes, and then I think it was it Morgan had the tip in overtime to win.
Yeah.
And I was glad I had the phone turned on, because everybody's watching on the bus. And of course, we're all watching on our phones. So the staggered times are all different because everyone's, got a different
Right.
video feed. And to get the
Right.
reaction from the back of the bus, it was a thrill for us as we were getting ready to go to our plane in New York.
Yeah. I do remember that. So, yeah, I mean, you're just glad to be able to participate, but I do think there are some small things that can help you. And I just know as an older guy, that 9:30 game is, man, you almost have to take a nap to be ready to play that or coach that late.
So true. Well, Flan, safe travels out there. Good luck. Go get them. And we wish you the very best in the month of March. Now, if this whole idea of losing one game a month continues, I don't know how we're going to make this work. Maybe we can play some kind of an exhibition game or something that you can just throw. Yeah. But we want a deep run.
A scrimmage. Just do that. Pick a winner and a loser in the scrimmage.
Yeah. Okay.
Have a good time at State tonight.
Thank you, Flan.
You guys.
You bet.
Yep.
Jim Flannery, ladies and gentlemen. Creighton women's basketball. Headed down to State with some boys.
Look at that, supporting local.
I like that.
They have been a lot of fun to watch this year. Being able to call so many of their games the last few seasons. I mean, you know what it's like, John. You and we talk about it all the time. Falling in love with a team over multiple years, getting to know the characters, if you will.
Sure.
You've had many times where you know the tricks. You know what Kalkbrenner's going to do. I mean, you've been calling some of these players for so many years. It was so fun, watching, Lauren Jensen and Emma Ronsick and Morgan Molly and Molly Mogensen again and again and again this year, because there were those moments where it's like, I've seen her do that exact same thing before. And it's, and, I know why she's doing it in this situation. It's been a lot of fun. I can't wait to see what they're able to do this month.
Yeah. Really, really, really special group.
Yeah.
And like Flan said, who knows? I mean, with the extra COVID year, we don't know what's going to happen.
I know that's the wild part is, they had their senior day and we all go in and we talk about it on the broadcast. It's like, don't really know, everybody could return. Nobody could return. My guess is it will be somewhere in the middle where it's going to be bits and pieces. But there's a world where everyone's back again. We'll see.
All right. We have not forsaken dumb debates.
No. Nope.
We have not forsaken dumb debates. It is coming up next, but sadly, Josh, Omaha Central.
Yeah.
72, Omaha North.
We're on to
62.
next year, man. I mean,
already?
congrats to the Eagles. Congrats to Connor Happer.
Is there a sixth place game?
Great question. I'll hit up my friend and say we demand a sixth place game.
We want a sixth place.
We want six. We want six.
Well, congratulations to Central. They are they're moving on.
Yeah, indeed they are.
They are moving on at State.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a couple of big games tonight, including the game that Flan says he's going to. We're going to watch
big shoes.
Millard North and Gretna.
Indeed.
Coming up tonight at the Pinnacle Bank Arena. But next, it is Dumb Debates on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on The Crossover.
All right, let's see. So Danville Dairy Daddies. Look at that horny cow. Look at the eyes on this bad boy.
Is the cow giving the eyes?
There's something weird about that. I can't say it.
He is a bull. This is a dairy daddy. Oh, his name is McCreamy. Got it. Perfect.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Skies become partly cloudy tonight. Look for a low temperature into the upper 30s. Mostly cloudy on Thursday, still mild. Highs will reach the upper 50s. There is a chance of rain later in the afternoon. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like we're seeing delays on eastbound I-80 between 72nd and 60th. If you're west on I-80, delays go from 24th to 60th. Delays on eastbound L Street from 108th to 90th. Delays out on West Center Road for both directions around 180th. Looks like there's some slow going on northbound 680 between Dodge and Maple. If you're east on Dodge, delays from 680 to 90th. And if you're west on Dodge, delays between 680 and 120th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Spring, it's the reward for surviving another winter. Fernando's, it's the reward for any day that ends in Y. Great Mexican food, awesome margaritas, and a wonderful family atmosphere. Fernando's, Omaha's favorite Mexican for more than 30 years.
Cage the Elephant is back. Beyond Pill Tour. September 16th at CHI Health Center Arena with special guests Young the Giant and Bakar. Tickets are on sale Friday morning at 10 at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Cage the Elephant.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's got to be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
O'Reilly. Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan. If you're having problems in the bedroom, talking about it is the last thing you want to do. Same goes for hair loss, anxiety, or even depression. That's where HIMS comes in. Through HIMS, you don't have to talk about it. You can do something about it. Just go to hims.com/start, where you can find a variety of potential solutions for the problems men face every day and save up to 95% on generic alternatives. The entire process is 100% online, making it incredibly simple, straightforward, and above all, private. If prescribed, treatments made using clinically proven ingredients are shipped directly to your door in low-key packaging. So if you're experiencing ED, hair loss, anxiety, or problems with your general health, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com/start and do something about it. Get started today at hims.com/start. That's HIMS.com/START.
This is unsportsmanlike conduct.
Gonna let that hang out there and just dangle.
Of 1620. The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
From your mom.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mailing a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around,
even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Yes, it's Dumb Debates, that time of week where you propose to us what we should discuss, and then we debate them. It has led to some memorable moments here on the Grum, which is where the lyrics from that theme song come from, and many others. And you can participate by sending us your dumb debates into the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620. Please use the hashtag dumb debates. It makes it so much easier for dummies like us to find them.
Dave comments on YouTube at the moment that Dumb Debates begins, which doesn't help us find it, but it helps us see it. And he writes, Dumb Debate, can a blow through start at 10 after? I had the same thought.
Yeah, I was wondering why that happened.
I was missing it. It felt right.
Figured you would have played it before Jim Flannery joined us.
It didn't feel appropriate.
Interesting. Jim Flannery has no sense of humor, says Nick Grimm.
Well, he was in a car with children, Josh.
It's just a blow through, Nick. We're blowing through the top of the hour.
Yeah,
which
I
we
don't
did.
know why people have to turn this into such perversion. We're just blowing through the top of the hour. That's why we call it the blow through.
Yeah.
We blow through the top of the hour.
Typical Gen Z has to make everything gross.
Yeah, exactly.
Pedro,
And be all sensitive.
Pedro texts in with a classic dumb debate that I believe we've tackled before, but why not do it one more time?
What, we're doing repeats?
Hi, fellows. Dumb debate question. Do you like stop signs or roundabouts? Thanks, Pedro.
Roundabouts.
Couldn't agree more, Nick.
They're more fun to drive, and they keep things a little more organized.
John is of Lincoln, so
Also,
we know his answer is going to be the stop sign.
We've established that people don't know how to actually stop at any multiple stop sign intersection.
Whoa.
Right.
I do not have a problem with roundabout.
It's a good song.
Now, I don't know if they work as well with big high traffic intersections.
Like, what would you think? Okay, I thought
They
you were
do
going
it
to say
fine.
with faster areas, like the highway that goes to Fremont from Omaha. What is it, 36 or whatever? It's north of us. That there is a roundabout on that highway.
Yes.
I like it. I drove it the other day
on Old Blair Road.
Well, they figured out how to make large high traffic ones work in like England.
Foggy.
There's that famous one where it's huge.
Yeah, the European vacation.
And poor Clark Griswold got stuck in the damn thing. Hey, kids, there's Big Ben, Parliament. Hey, there's
Probably
Big
from
Ben.
Lincoln.
And they just kept driving around and around.
Probably from Lincoln.
I don't have a problem with roundabout.
Nice, John. Very pleased. I'm stunned by your answer.
There's actually one roundabout I really like because when
tell
I
me more.
drive it late at night, I treat it like a
You go over it?
chicane
Hell yeah, you do.
in Formula One where I cut lanes
I
and
don't know what that
get
means.
right up against the curb. And
It's about
I
efficiency.
drive it illegal. I
You go over it?
I don't go over
So it's
it.
like, you know when you're running and you cut a corner?
Yes,
To try
I
to save
kind of cut
time?
the corner.
Okay.
That's what he does.
I kind of flow from the outside lane to the inside lane.
Oh, that
then
doesn't bother
back to
me.
the
As long
outside
as
lane.
nobody's there.
Yeah, I
finds
treat it
the
like a road
apex.
course. Yeah, I find the apex of the corner.
That's how I drive gravel roads back home.
Yeah.
It's like rally.
Okay. Do you want to do the one that you made a little graphic for earlier?
I did because I'm going to put it up right now.
This is going to be so easy. So easy.
It's choose it or lose it. Which one do you lose out of these four styles of cuisine? Barbecue, Mexican, Italian,
Oh, mamma mia.
or Chinese? Which do you lose? And I'll even throw it another direction. If you could only pick one.
Okay, now that's a much more difficult one for me.
But the one to lose,
It's
I hate to
Chinese.
say it's Chinese.
Yeah, I mean, this is very easy. I
I
very
like-
rarely have Chinese.
I don't either, but I like it.
It's fine.
You guys
Now,
are gonna
I will
hate
say this. I would like at some point, because you can find like real authentic Italian, obviously barbecue, that is an
It's
American
called the
cuisine.
Olive Garden.
There are places where you can get authentic Mexican that's not the Americanized or Tex-Mex version of Mexican.
Mm-hmm.
But are there places where you can get, because the Chinese that we have in this country is
It's American Chinese.
It's American Chinese, which is good. I love it. It's great.
It's good.
But
I love it. It's great.
I would like to try more authentic.
Go to China,
Chinese.
John.
Mm-hmm.
Go to Beijing.
I don't know. But yeah, I think Chinese is the answer for me.
Nick?
I love Mexican food. I love Chinese food. I love Chinese food so much.
Okay.
Italian food, I like pasta. And famously, a lot of pizza and pasta in Italian food.
Mm-hmm.
Which leaves barbecue, which
You
I also
sick bastard!
love, but don't eat
You
as much.
America-hating bastard!
He did pick all of the other countries.
Yeah!
As we've established, it's American Chinese food.
This take doesn't bother me that much. Barbecue would be third on my list.
I don't eat barbecue as much. Like
Same.
I just don't.
Couldn't agree more.
I like barbecue.
I
It's
do
good.
too. It's a treat, but I rarely have it. I don't remember the last time I had barbecue.
Yeah, but I couldn't live without knowing I could have another delicious smoky brisket or some meaty ribs or some pulled pork or
there's
some
pork
great
and
smoked
beef
sausage.
and Chinese food and Italian food.
Yeah,
There's
but
sausage.
it ain't barbecue.
Yeah, so the hard part for me is which
Mexican food is barbacoa, which is barbecue.
Now,
the hard one is what to keep.
Mhm.
Now let me ask this question: Do the drinks, are they a part of the action too?
Sure.
Like a margarita.
Sure.
Well,
Why
that's
not?
going to play a part. I'm keeping Mexican then.
Wow,
I
you're that
love-
married to the margarita?
No, I just love Mexican food, man. I love Italian. I love my carbs, but I love burrito. Like, I can't imagine not having burritos or enchiladas,
No,
tacos.
Josh, I'm actually with you.
Burrito bowls, chips and salsa.
Mexican food is too good.
It's so good. And then, yeah, throw in a marg.
I just salsa verde, everything. Lime,
I
everything.
do love Italian food.
I
though.
do too.
It's
I speak
so
to
I
those
good.
agree
not
with
Italian.
you. I agree with you on the barbecue side. I don't have it as often. I mean, of those four,
Yeah, which one do you have the most?
Mexican by far.
For us, it's Italian and Mexican.
And then it's Italian, and then a distant third is barbecue, and an even distant fourth is Chinese.
Which is why you eliminated it.
Sad.
I mean, I have Mexican so much. I'm like, man, could we just do a moratorium on this, please?
Wow.
Whoa.
Build that wall and keep the Mexican food out.
I did not say
John
build that
says,
wall.
I hate spice and flavor.
What are you talking about? There's spice in Italian. There's spice in barbecue. There's spice in Chinese. What are you talking about?
That's solid, John. That's a good retort.
But I'm serious.
The spice in Chinese food is salt.
But
You
the
never had
reason
spicy
why
Chinese food?
I have it so much is it's really good.
It is really good.
Yes.
I love Mexican food.
Me too. I want some now.
See, what I'm worried is
Had a
if
burrito bowl
I
yesterday.
chose Mexican food, I think the wife would divorce me because she thinks she's Italian.
Oh,
She says I
mommy.
should have been born Italian because
Really?
she loves making
Oh, wow.
it. She
So
loves
that
eating
pizza
it.
comment really cut home, huh?
That's probably why I got
This is
it.
from my family in
But that's the
Sicily.
thing. Without Italian, no pizza.
Crap.
What are you going to do with the pizza, Josh?
Crap. Now, see,
You
now
can't
I-
get the best pizza in the city.
You're just a flush of my pizza down the
the
pizza
best part of these questions is thank God I don't have to actually make this decision.
Right.
A
Man,
horrible
that's
decision.
so nice. We always do these questions and it's like choose X or Y. It's like, man, I'm just happy I don't have to in real life.
Yeah, but man, did you jump in last week and say, yeah, screw the sex. I want my wife's cooking.
She is such a good cook. And also
and so terrible at sex,
no,
apparently.
the cooking, she is a
You
bit
just really like the enchiladas.
just I do. Thank you, Nick. I
Mm.
love
Do you love the
it.
enchiladas?
I love all the enchiladas, John.
Mm.
Love them all. Brian writes,
The Bry Man.
can we separate the records in college basketball before the three-point line and after, please? To compare the two aren't really the same. Now, I have to imagine some of this is in response to Caitlin Clark setting the record, which is also funny given that she did it with a three-point line and Pistol Pete did it without a three-point
Correct.
line. I feel like, you know how there is the steroid era of baseball and how we kind of look at that era with this bemusement of like, yeah, that was a weird time. This era of players being in college sports, specifically in football and not so much men's basketball, but I guess in some cases men's basketball, but women's basketball, it's just doing weird stuff to the record. Now, she is not a 5-year scoring record type player. That's not what she has done here. But I mean, look, ultimately, Brian, the answer is no, because sports are, I mean, baseball used to have fewer than 162 games. The NFL used to have 14 games.
Here's the thing. She scored more points than Pistol Pete, but technically she didn't break his record because they've never. What do you think about the notion of these records crossing over? Right?
Men to woman.
Yeah,
it's
and women to men.
Yeah, it's a different sport. You know, they play basketball, but it is different versions of basketball. It's like Danny Woodhead. I don't say Danny Woodhead has the most rushing yards.
See, I
in
look,
his level, sure.
I know this might be semantics, but I look at what Caitlin Clark did was passing a milestone. But she didn't break a record. Pistol Pete is still the all-time scorer
That
in
is
men's
definitely a
college
semantic
basketball.
argument, but I think it's a fine one, John. You're right.
Because they're not yes, it's playing the same sport, but they aren't competing in the same division of the sport. There's a men's division, there's a women's division. Doesn't make the accomplishment any less impressive. I think it does make it impressive though that Pistol Pete did score
without
all
the
those
3-point
damn
line.
points.
It's
and
insane.
had no 3-point
It's
shot.
ridiculous. It's the same thing with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Didn't somebody try? And I know it's probably hard because they didn't do shot charts back in those days. And I don't know if there's films of every Pistol Pete college game, but if someone could go back and do the autopsy of the game film and determine how many of his shots would have been threes and how many points he would have had with a 3-point line.
All right, so apparently some guy named never mind. It was former LSU Tigers coach Dale Brown. He reportedly tracked how he would have performed with a 3-point line. Now, this is him.
Okay.
And he calculated, let's see, this story I think is older because the 3-point line is not 19.9 feet right now, is it?
No.
It's longer. So this is the old 3-point line. No, this is him. He would have averaged 13 threes per game. So he would have averaged 57 points. So I don't buy that. That seems a bit fake. But he definitely would have added points to it because he was not just shooting a bunch of mid-range jumper. But yeah, I as always, I'm really happy that I don't engage with the sports talk shows on ESPN because it seemed like a lot of people got mad at the whole Caitlin Clark versus Pistol Pete thing. I think people are just mad about Caitlin Clark all the time these days, but people got really upset.
I don't remember Pistol Pete flopping when people ran on the court.
Sam writes, it's similar to the folks at the time saying Maris should have had an asterisk because they made the season a few games longer. Good take, however. Josh got this out as I was typing. I just want to read it because he complimented me. But yeah, they did the same thing back then. This shouldn't count. And it had an asterisk by it. It's things evolve. It's I know you don't care, but there's like this whole debate within the running community, like these records shouldn't count because technology is better. It's like, that's life. Shoes get better, in swimming, swimsuits get better. It's okay. Offenses evolve. Like, I'm not going to look at Patrick Mahomes having the most touchdown passes and say, well, it happened in this. No, he did it. I'm sorry if it was more than Dan Marino. I mean, does it make me appreciate Marino's 48? Yeah, duh. But evolution is a part of life. It's a part of sports.
I've got a quick one.
Okay.
What's the worst way to spend $20? This is inspired off of a thing that I experienced this last weekend.
What did you do?
I had to go to Olive Garden for dinner.
Oh, that's not that bad, Nick.
Italian Applebee's.
I like Olive Garden. They have the unlimited soup and salad bar and the
fine.
pasta.
And the pasta is good. It's not $20 good. It's not $20 pasta. If I'm spending $20 on pasta, it better taste like $20 pasta.
It costs $20 after tip and everything?
No, like I didn't get the build a pasta. I just, because there was one that caught my eye. Like, I want that. It was $20.
Okay, that's
before the tip.
That's a sham.
And all of the pastas were like that, except the build your own.
I mean, that's the prices these days.
The build your own was the only one that wasn't
even
20.
at the Applebee's and the
President
Italian
B.
Applebee's.
Wow,
Thanks a
Sam
lot,
writes,
President B.
subscribing to Jack Mitchell's tweets.
Oh.
Wow, that's mean.
Worst $20 you could spend, probably on Dallas Cowboys Super Bowl material of the last 28 years.
Oh, yeah. I do subscribe to like a Dallas Cowboys writer, and he's not $20 a month, but I do subscribe to read him, and then I get sad.
Yeah, that'd be a bad.
So you're paying to be sad.
Basically. The whole season, I was like, this is great. This is worth all their money. And then the articles came after the playoff loss, and I was like, I don't want to read any of these, but I'm paying for it, so I probably should.
Like, this is finally paying off.
So I started reading it.
I'm sorry.
Matt says, what is the most overwhelming grocery aisle? For my wife, it's the toothpaste aisle. There are too many brands, too many flavors, too many types of lids. There's no winning this game. She just had a meltdown at 1 a.m. over it. I guess it's a big deal. Thoughts?
It is a very busy aisle. I mean, the competition for your toothpaste. The funny thing is, I don't think there's as many different brands of toothpaste. But it's just different
flavors.
Styles.
I want blue.
Yeah.
I think I'm Crest and I want blue. I
don't
don't really care.
I tried charcoal for a bit. Charcoal toothpaste is okay. But you got to make sure you get charcoal toothpaste with fluoride in it because some of it doesn't have fluoride.
All right, so I'm trying to think of
They make toothpaste without fluoride? I thought they all
they
had
do.
fluoride.
You would think so.
Yeah.
They don't.
Overwhelming grocery aisle. I'm trying to think of the aisle that I hate going to because I'm just like, crap.
I mean, sometimes when I go into overwhelming maybe isn't
Chips.
the right word, but
I love the chip aisle.
The chip aisle overwhelms me because I love chips.
Yeah.
And it's like I can afford one bag of chips.
See, I like it because I usually know what I want. Do I want Doritos today? Do I want delicious salt and
Do you want the
chips?
old Dutch?
Do I want old Dutch? Well, those are the old days, but yeah. So I like the chip aisle. I don't like, because I don't do the shopping very often, but when I have to go to one of those aisles, honestly, like to get, stuff for Mexican food where it's just like, where is everything? And then I'm walking by the same thing like 5 times, and then I finally found the exact, salsa that we needed.
The beer section can be overwhelming.
I know what
in
beer
a
I
fun
want.
way, though. It's
it is a fun. I guess, to the spirit of Matt's question, is it fun to buy toothpaste? No,
definitely not.
I know what beer I want. Beer to me is like what chips are for you. If I'm getting beer, I'm on a mission.
Yeah,
or
and mostly I'm the same.
But with chips, the world is my oyster.
See, but I view beer what I imagine someone of Nick's of music ilk would have viewed a record store like 30 years ago, where I love going. If I'm like, I have $25, what do I want? And I'm just like, I'm gonna walk around, I'm gonna go on Untapped, I'm gonna look at reviews of things, and then I'll finally pick out a beer I want. I like that process.
I kind of like that with chips. I mean, there's no Untapped for chips. It's just looking at chips.
That's true. It's just knowing what you like with chips.
Yeah, the toothpaste one is rather overwhelming. I'm kind of disappointed there's not as many different flavors as there used to be. Do they still make
bubblegum
Aquafresh?
toothpaste?
Okay, that's
is
gross.
Bull crap.
That's gross.
Wow.
You wanted different flavors.
Bubblegum is not a flavor. The bubblegum flavor is Pepto-Bismol.
It was a lie invented by dentists to get kids to brush their teeth, but then kids brush their teeth and they're like, "Oh, you're lying to me."
Well, toothpaste
says the guy who had to go to the dentist like 800 times this year.
Maybe I would have
Because he
brushed
didn't
my
brush
teeth
his
more if the dentist didn't lie to me.
Well, how did he lie to you?
Yeah, what did he
this
say?
toothpaste tastes like bubblegum.
So that's why you stopped brushing your teeth.
First of all, that's
No,
your first problem. Most
making a bit.
all toothpaste. I mean,
I just want
minty. It's very minty.
I don't want bubblegum toothpaste. That stuff's nasty. Tastes like nasty.
Yes.
Bubblegum tastes like ass.
Oh, that's right. You don't like regular bubblegum.
It's gross.
I love bubblegum.
It's Pepto-Bismol.
No, Pepto-Bismol is an off-brand bubblegum.
It's and it tastes like
the last time I had bubblegum.
Yeah, it's been a while for me too. Been a while. Sky wanted to know yesterday, is Jimmy's Mike Trout is a bus take the hottest take ever uttered on 1620? I think it is.
Oh,
I'm
sure there's
dumbest
others.
take. Nice, Nick.
I don't know. Hot take market, they get pretty spicy, but this isn't even a hot take. It's a cool take that isn't actually cool.
And
you know?
a lot of people accused Jimmy of, as I saw one person say, engagement farming. You know how that's a thing now, John, where
What is engagement?
So if you're a check mark and you get more people to view your tweet, you can make money off of it.
People intentionally say things that they know are wrong.
Or they just ask those generic questions that get like 1 billion responses.
Right.
I do not think Jimmy was engagement farming. This is just his take.
I asked somebody close to him if he thought he was, and he said no. He actually thinks this.
Well, I guess the joke's on you because he's going to walk in here with lots of change jingling.
By the way,
he'll be in on Friday.
Mike Trout hit a grand slam against their game with the A's today.
There you go.
So,
Nick, I love that you're getting into sports, but you care way too much about spring training. Way too much.
I am latching onto it just because it's baseball that's happening.
Yeah,
and it's the only time that the Rockies will be in contention.
That too. The Rockies and the Royals and the Angels are all close to each other in the Cactus League, and no one will
That doesn't matter.
I know it doesn't matter. Like I said, I'm just latching onto it because it's baseball and I want to watch baseball and it's cool. I don't actually care how it ends.
By the way, Severe says that he has seen a bunch of charts that show Pete would have scored 50 a game. So that's real. That's wild. Also,
I mean, I'd believe it.
That's incredible that he was such a good shooter that he was comfortable shooting that far away, even though it was still only worth 2 points.
Well, yeah, but just the idea of a 3-point line was a foreign concept. It was like, hey, I'm open. I can make this shot. I'm trying to score.
Did people think it was a gimmick when it first came into existence?
Honestly, I don't know because the ABA was the one that initiated it, as I recall.
So they probably did because they had that funny-looking basketball.
And
I'm
I
going
was
to be
too
honest.
young.
Until recently, when we started talking more about it, I thought it was just always around.
It definitely was not.
I can't comprehend a world without a 3-point line.
The old paint, Nick, used to look like a key, which is why they would say top of the key.
Which makes sense to me now.
I like the old paint. I thought it was fun. I mean, you couldn't do it now, but it just looked fun. And then the the foreign way, it's the angle.
Yeah.
They do the international basketball.
Oh.
It's not straight. It goes
Back
out.
in the days when the floors were clean and you could tell where the lines were, not like those boneheads in Oregon.
Boneheads!
Put some more trees out here so
John
we can't
Bishop,
see anything.
Anti-tree and anti-Mexican food.
Whoa.
I picked Mexican food.
Dave says, is the father of two girls the most overwhelming aisle is the feminine product aisle?
That's fair. You got to get those right.
Yeah. Which one do you want again? I'm not afraid to buy it. I just am confused about what to buy.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
I just
I'm
tell
happy
me.
to
And
buy
then
it.
he's confused about where they put it.
Send me a picture.
John, I figured it out. Took me a few years.
And now you don't have to worry about it because you're not interested in that anymore.
No.
Just
Hey, at least you have your enchiladas, though.
Yeah.
That's true. You got your
Yes.
You got your tacos. Just don't have.
And that's Dumb Debates.
1620 The Zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
There is only one constant in the universe, and that's change.
Brent Rasmussen of Mortgage Specialists.
I'm sure many of you remember the incredibly low interest rates that were available only a few years ago. Well, things changed. Now rates are higher. But would you believe me if I told you there was a time when people were paying double-digit rates? And that's the thing. Everything changes. Rates go up, rates go down. So if you're waiting for the perfect time when rates drop before you buy a home, you might miss out on the home you really want. So when you think about it, what's a thing today might not be a thing tomorrow. See? Change is good. I'm Brent Rasmussen. Call me at Mortgage Specialists, and we can show you all the details. Mortgage Specialists. Driven, trusted, reliable.
Click mtg-specialists.com. NMLS number 5918, Equal Housing Lender.
It's Champions replacement window season, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. If your windows are drafty, difficult to operate, or costing you money on your energy bill, it's time to replace them. Champion Windows is here to help. Champion builds our own windows right here in the USA. We make the process easy. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding, now 30% off. Don't wait, this sale won't last long. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 30% off sunrooms and siding. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
Omaha fans, are you ready to score tickets to your favorite events hassle-free? Yes. Shop local tickets for less, located right here in Omaha, 145th and West Center Road. No hidden fees, just transparent pricing. And when you use the promo code THEZONE at checkout, you'll save big at ticketsforless.com. Whether it's sports, concerts, or something else, Tickets for Less has you covered. If you have a question, call today, 402-398-1999. You'll never find better customer service because every seat holds a story. Find yours and use the promo code THEZONE at checkout at ticketsforless.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. Email me, Connor Happer, with the Connor Happer Show at Connor, CONNOR, at 1620thezone.com. Send me your love, your hate, and maybe a few hot takes. The Zone Inbox, presented by Equitable Bank.
If weekend brunch makes you happy, and Sunday happy hour makes you happy, and delicious Mexican foods make you happy, then come to Copal Mexican Cuisine this weekend and get happy, happy, happy. It starts with brunch on Saturday and Sunday that includes Mexican favorites and brunch classics with something for everyone. Then it's Sunday Fun Day happy hour with happy hour prices all day. So come on, get happy at Copal Mexican Cuisine. Find them on Facebook and at 129th and Maple. Traditional Mexican flavors with a modern culinary touch.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick.
15 years ago today, Booker Woodfox knocked down a game winner at the buzzer to give the Jays a win in the Missouri Valley Tournament. What do you remember about this moment?
I was trying to
Booker
remember
Woodfox.
back.
Nailed it.
I was trying to remember back where I saw that game, and I'm having a hard time remembering.
I watched it in a friend's dorm room. He was a J-sker at UNL. I'm not surprised by that.
I was unaware of this.
It was a big shot. It's one of the Nick Boss most famous calls. I'm going to recreate it.
I mean, it was a big deal.
It was awesome.
It was a big deal.
Yeah.
And just seeing sad Greg Marshall again warms any Blue Jay fan's heart.
Oh, yeah. They don't like that guy or his wife.
Yeah, she was a little...
Wife's name Sarah? Sarah Marshall?
Wow. Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Look at you, Nick.
Lynn, I believe, was her name. And she was as emotive as her husband.
Not great.
The difference was he was on the court coaching. She was in the stands cheering. And sometimes it got a little much.
Mm-hmm.
The enormous news of Super Tuesday is that former Dodger All-Star and one of John's least favorite sports figures of all time, Steve Garvey, won a runoff election to face California Democrat Adam Schiff for the U.S. Senate seat vacated by the late Dianne Feinstein. John.
What?
You're in a real conundrum.
Yeah.
Vote for Lib or vote for Garvey?
God, this is like...
I was wondering how you were going
to
deal
Would I like
with
to get
this.
hit by a bus or run over by a semi? Garvey is evil. We know this.
And the libs want, people to have basic human rights. This is a tough one.
Do they?
How do we
they?
deal with this?
Do they?
You may not be able to say
Do they
slurs
really?
anymore, but healthcare.
It depends. It
It's
depends.
tough.
It depends on the person. I mean,
why can't I say that
the
word?
unborn person has no
Free
rights with the libs,
education.
but
Are you moving to Cali just so you can vote?
I'm Cali.
I couldn't vote for either of these two. I can't
You'd
vote for Garvey.
You'd abstain. What does Schiff do that you don't like?
We're not going to
Well,
get
he's just-
surf
he's
bum
just-
John.
I mean, he's just your typical California lib. I'm sure big reason why that state's going to hell in a handbasket. Yeah, Steve Garvey. I can imagine.
I was thinking about him this morning.
He would fit in
Were you?
Washington very well.
I was thinking about John because I was like, I'm not going to put in a question about Garvey, but I bet John will.
Garvey will fit in with the Washington crowd, though, very well because he's had many wives.
Oh, nice. That's great. Good for him.
Or people that weren't his wives that he just
Are you
piled
saying
around.
only Democrats get divorced?
No, he said Washington, Nick.
No,
Both
just
sides.
Washington.
Oh,
Washington.
Then he said many wives.
He has.
I'm confused about the correlation.
He's saying that that politicians cheat on their significant other.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The headline writers at ESPN.com say, right now there's no bigger bubble team than St. John's. Do we agree?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, whenever we look at Bart, they are always like right there, in or out. Bracket Matrix has them in or out. I guess who am I to argue with everyone that has them in or out?
The funny thing right now is, according to my buddy Bart, St. John's is more in than Nebraska. They're at the top of the 9 line.
Give me your computer. I'm throwing it on the ground. We're
Right here.
smashing it.
It's right here.
Give it to me.
Why?
I'm throwing it on
This
the
is
ground.
Bart.
Yeah. And he exists in your computer.
Well, he exists in
Only
your
there.
computer,
I'm
too.
on the email right now. I'm not on Bart's website.
Well, if we open
Why
up Bart, you
would
would
you
have
want
to
to
destroy
throw this
yours.
down? I'm just stating what's on Bart.
Because I don't like him anymore.
Why don't you like Bart?
I was meeting him like the politicians who have affairs. I was meeting him to do a handshake meme. And now you've turned him against me.
Why have I turned him against you?
Me.
Northwestern's ahead of Nebraska on Bart. So is Boise.
I don't like any of these schools. Jordan nails it. Bart more like fart. Sorry, he's back to being Fart Torvik.
Wow, no retort, no defense,
fart.
Nice.
How can I respond to such
Eat my
witty
shorts, Bart.
repartee?
By the way, they just brought in wings out there. Holy crap, it smells so good in here.
Yeah, I've been grumbly.
Well, you ain't getting none of them because you insulted Jimmy by saying his take on Mike Trout was bad.
I do have to go for a run tonight. I don't think I'm going to be able to have
I hope
any
he
of
eats
those
some
wings.
things in front of you and just taste these overrated Mike Trout wings.
Oh.
And you can't see these wings aren't a bust.
Yeah, they're not. They're definitely not.
They're very good
I would
ones.
agree with that.
I'd bet all the money I have that Tom Brady will not finish his contract with Fox. That's from former friend of the Grum, Dick Deitch, on a recent podcast. Do you agree?
Yes. 10 years.
I know it's hard for you to agree with Dick Deitch, who you famously feuded with on Twitter.
I did famously feud with him.
But I think he is right.
Yeah, I mean, 10 years. He's not going to be calling NFL games in 2034.
The question is Greg Olsen still going to be hanging around to take his spot back?
That is indeed the question.
I mean, I feel bad for Greg Olsen. He should. I hope he lands a number one gig somewhere because he deserves it.
Me too. I like Greg Olsen.
Yeah, sure, I do too.
And this isn't an
Greg.
anti-Tom Brady spiel, but
I don't like
Greg
Tom
Olsen's proven himself.
Yes, he has.
And he's very good at what he does.
Yes, he is.
Good morning, football. NFL Network's popular morning show is moving from New York City to LA. This means the show that currently airs from 7A to 10A on the East Coast will now be live from 4A to 7A on the West Coast. Bonus Dumb Debates question. Are they still a morning show or are they an overnight show now?
I mean, that's overnight hours.
I was thinking the same thing.
I get why
obviously
they're
it'll still
doing
be
it
a
because-
morning show, but
why are I know that the NFL Network headquarters are in
cheaper real estate
Los
than having
Angeles.
the studio in Manhattan.
I mean,
they already have the NFL Network studios built, right? Like they can give up the lease.
Yeah, but I don't know where their studios are at, but can't they build them a spot in NFL headquarters, which is in New York?
Yeah, I
they
don't
could
know
stay
if
New
they're
York?
in that building. Yeah, it's a great question. How much of this too is that? Gosh, now I can't remember the names of the guys that are on that show, but I know that they fly out west.
You got Peter Schrager.
He does a
you
lot of
got,
stuff with the NFL on Fox.
Yeah,
why can't I
Jamie
remember?
Erdahl is the host. Kyle Brandt.
Kyle Brandt. Like I believe both of those guys go west during the season for various TV
Well,
shows.
this will-
Jason McCourty is on there.
Yeah, this will allow them to do more stuff with like the weekend folks.
Because
and not
that's
have
when they go to
travel.
LA. They go to LA
Yes.
on the weekends. That said, again, in terms of body clock hours, they are now an overnight show, which I mean, I'm very curious to what the body clock is like for that situation.
Oh,
You know?
brutal.
Oh, it's
brutal.
horrible. Like
gonna-
morning show hours are
It's going
tough.
to be a very angry show. They'll be snipping at each other by 5:30.
Snip, snip, snip,
Traffic's
snap,
still
snip, snap, snip, snap.
Traffic's still horrible at LA at 3 a.m. Like when you're driving to work.
Mm.
I mean, they're obviously going to get some raises out of this. I wonder what kind of raise you could command from having to go from a morning show to an overnight show.
You'd have to leave your home at 2 in the morning.
Oh, that sounds just so gross.
Yeah, and in LA, the traffic still sucks at 2 a.m.
That's what I'm saying. We've gone from a ballpark with a park on the roof in Oakland to a cross between the Opera House shell and the Sphere in Vegas. What do we think of the formerly of Oakland A's proposed ballpark on the Strip?
You know, I think it looks pretty cool. Honestly, it looks like a seashell in a way. The big screen in right field that is on this.
It's actually projected on the roof.
Yeah, it's like on this dome-like creature. I think is fascinating. Like it does seem like to have a stadium or anything in Vegas, it needs to look unique. There's the whole, what's the thing called?
Unique
What's
New
the
York.
thing that
The
U2
Sphere?
plays at the Sphere? Yeah. So this is Sphere adjacent. By the way, a reminder, we'll be in Vegas in a few weeks. Yeah, I think it's cool. I think it looks cool.
It's a good idea to shade it because of the hot sun, but then
See,
it's
here,
still open.
and I know they plan for these things, but with all the natural light that's going to be allowed in,
They got to have a air conditioning bill through the roof.
Well, they'll need that. We know that because it is Las Vegas.
Oh, yeah.
I have a feeling they're going to build this thing, and then there's going to be an issue that they did not see coming that's going to happen, whether it's because of the sunlight or the angle or something.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be a mistake. I mean, they literally, when they built the Astrodome, they thought, hey, these panels, that'll open up and we can get the grass to grow, and then the grass burned out like that. And that's when they invented PlastroTurf. Barf.
Live, Laugh, Love Golf is back in the news. The Blood Money Tour, supported by Josh's Cash Back app.
No, I'm a Venmo boy.
Lost its appeal to become part of the official World Golf Rankings. This has led John Rahm to say the system is outdated and broken. But Rahm says it's not up to the players to fix the system. We're here to entertain, Rahm said. It's the governing body's job to be doing this and be adaptable to the changing environment. Do you agree?
Now, the reason why this is a big deal is the World Golf Rankings. If you're legitimized by that, then getting your players into majors, qualifying them for majors, is easier to do because a lot of the majors take from the World Golf Rankings.
Correct. So how does that work if you're playing in this league that doesn't have rankings?
And one of the reasons why the World Golf Rankings don't recognize Live Golf is because they only play 54-hole events, not 72-hole events like they do in the PGA.
Yeah, so like on one hand, I'll give it up to Live, Laugh, Love. I understand thinking that you should because like in theory and in practice, I get it. But the 54-hole conundrum, that they got to change that, I guess, if they're going to want to be involved. Sam writes, would you guys stay up overnight or wake up at 2 a.m. if you hosted? I was thinking about that, Sam. So now here's the issue, though. So on the West Coast during football season, the games will end at like 8:30. So it's not even like it's here where it's like if the game ended at 10, like I'll just do my prep now and I'll roll into the office. There's still so many more hours. So yeah, I guess you go to sleep at what, 7 at night? That is so gross. By the way, Severe, who was famously of mornings back in the day when he worked at KTV, said, I went to work at 2:30 every morning. It's not that bad. You get used to it.
No, you do not.
No, thank you.
I didn't get up as early as Michael, but
I had a morning show in college.
I was getting up at 4 a.m. And I mean, I was cutting it. As I got longer into the deal, I was getting there just in time to start the show. Because this is killing me.
Yeah.
Both.
I hate early mornings.
My morning show in college and my job before I had this one full time, I had to be up at 4:30.
Gross.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that like once a week during the summer.
And the other problem with working really early is sometimes because theoretically you leave earlier, but then it feels like you're leaving too early because it's like everyone else is at work and you're not here. Now I realize these aren't typical office jobs. Like when I was doing the morning show, I had an office job beyond that. And that was my biggest problem was I still wasn't leaving until
you had to work after
3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
So yeah, I mean, so then it's turning into a 10-hour day.
Yeah.
And it's already a morning.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gross. Because these people,
can't imagine
when they're done with
day.
the show at 7, they'll be there maybe for an hour, and then they can go home and probably get some extra rest.
And I don't sleep well in daylight.
Because you're a day walker.
Can't believe we allow this kind of racism to go on this radio station.
Yeah, well, you're the one who wants to vote for Garvey, so.
No, I don't want Garvey.
If the shoe fits. Garvey allows this kind of racism.
Can't Arnold run again?
We already have 1 billion 100-year-olds running, John. What's another one, I guess?
Garvey's no spring chicken.
Nobody is anymore.
He's about the same. I think he's the same age as old Trumpy Bear.
Oh, my gosh. Did you
Call
see?
him that.
By the way, real quick, he wants to debate Biden. He says, we need to debate.
It's going to be the most incoherent debate
Yeah,
ever.
you want to talk about something. I watched the debates last time. I don't think I'm going to watch it this time.
It was bad 4 years ago. I can't imagine what it'll be like now.
Yeah, remember when the fly flew on Pence's head?
Remember when he's like, well, will you shut up already?
Oh, 2020. What a year. What's for dinner?
Next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Taking care of ourselves goes beyond exercise, eating right, and living right. If you are experiencing hair loss, loss of libido or ED, anxiety, worsening mood, there's a place to go for simple, low-key solutions. John Bishop here for HIMS.com. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to HIMS.com and do something about it. HIMS is made for guys like us. Even if your problems aren't all the time, HIMS can help. The whole process is online. With HIMS, there's no doctor's office visits or trips to the pharmacy. HIMS provides solutions that work with proven ingredients like minoxidil. Plus, HIMS fits into your lifestyle. Once you start, the process is surprisingly simple. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit. HIMS.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
Velocity Clinical Research in Omaha frequently conducts clinical trials for a broad range of investigational treatments. Typical studies involve medications for high cholesterol, diabetes, infectious diseases, and others. They also perform vaccine studies for people of all ages, conducting innovative research that has a positive impact on lives. Click for current trials at velocityclinicaltrials.com. More trials are launching in March. Compensation for study-related time and travel. Find out more at velocityclinicaltrials.com.
Is your concrete cracked or uneven? Hey everyone, Coach Greg McDermott here to explain why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. Many people think they need to replace broken concrete, but repairing it provides durable protection and comes at a fraction of the cost. Everlevel provides permanent repair solutions to fix your concrete and protect it against future damage. And it all comes with a long-term transferable warranty. They offer free inspections to walk you through the entire process. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today.
Maverick baseball and softball home openers are here. Maverick softball opens Thursday with Valparaiso at Clausen Field, and baseball opens with Portland on Wednesday at Tal Anderson Field. Get your season tickets or single game tickets by calling 402-554-MAVS or going to omavs.com/tickets. Also, this weekend is the hockey series finale as Maverick hockey takes on third-ranked North Dakota. Get your hockey tickets by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tickets.
To thank you for 40 unforgettable years, Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors, and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for Head.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just, like, going out to eat.
You're going to do a leftover chili that you would hate. But, God, it was so good. I think I'm going to do that.
I don't know.
Homemade sushi.
What?
Yeah.
What are you going into the Papio Creek and pulling out the seafood?
No, it's my girlfriend's roommate is really good at making homemade sushi, so we're doing that.
Where's the fish coming from?
That's a good question.
Long John Silver's?
The ocean?
The ocean.
The Missouri River?
Presumably
That'd
a
be
farm
fun.
or an
Can you
ocean.
make sushi out of Long John Silver's?
It's also, I don't
Great question.
know how much of it's going to be fish because my girlfriend and I both don't really like fish that much. So, vegan sushi? Or I guess it's all vegan because fish
This doesn't
isn't
sound
meat.
appetizing at all.
It's
But
good.
you know what's in sushi? Rice.